Hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome from the EuroDIG Amphitheater. We are at day 2 of EuroDIG 2021, and from what we saw and heard yesterday, there was a lot going on in all the studios. So it would be great to briefly hear from everyone, and we'll start with Bruce and Nadia. Nadia, if you could tell us a bit how yesterday went and what you're looking forward to today. I hope I can see you in a second with a small video.
Hi. Good morning.
Hi, Nadia. Now I see you.
Hi, good
How
morning.
Are you?
Good morning. I'm very, very fine. Yesterday was fantastic. We were trying out the new format session, the focus sessions, where we're having larger topics that are divided with an introduction by a panel, followed by breakout sessions where we're going into the nitty-gritty, and with an outro where reporters are explaining what everybody was talking about. This was a really great experience, and today we're looking forward to look at focus session 3, new European proposals, NIS and the cybersecurity agenda, and focus session 4 on the European mediascape. Much to look forward to.
Thanks very much, Nadia. Let's go to Belgrade. How is life in Belgrade this morning?
It's pretty good. It's not too hot outside, but I think we won't survive.
Thank you.
That's great to hear. And now we hope to get also Trieste in for a quick word.
That's us multiplied, which is nice.
Thomas and
Let's
me
wave
for an infinite number of times. But
Trieste,
Marco,
yes,
here? Now we can see you. Good morning. How is it going?
Good, fine. It's really warm in Trieste today. It's 29 degrees.
Here it's raining with 5 degrees in Leipzig.
Oh my goodness.
More or less.
So, a very good reason to come to Trieste next year, right?
Yeah, we're looking forward.
Super.
So thank you all. Good to see that we are all connected. Now we have another very interesting day ahead of us. And like yesterday, we have some keynote speeches that should kickstart the discussion that will then be followed in a number of sessions during the day. One track, if you allow me to call this a track, is about media, public discussion, public sphere, and whatever goes with it. There are a number of workshops in the morning, there's a session in the afternoon, and we have a keynote speech that should kickstart this discussion, and we're very happy to introduce the Director General of France Télévision and President of the European Broadcasting Union, Ms. Delphine Ermotte. So hope that, yep, we are gone, now she needs to come. Thank you.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to open the Media Day of EuroDIG. Challenges and opportunities for media have been on the agenda of this important multi-stakeholder dialogue from the beginning, and the European Broadcasting Union has been an active partner since 2008. Just for the record, the EBU is an association of public service media representing 114 broadcasters in Europe and associated across Asia, Africa, Australia, and the Americas. Like you all, I would have liked to be in beautiful Trieste with face-to-face meetings for this gathering of so many different stakeholders, and which has as essential features dialogue and networking. In some countries, governments have tried to use the crisis as a pretext to weaken the role of independent media and to restrict the freedom of speech. At the same time, the pandemic has been a breeding ground for disinformation, misinformation, conspiracy theories with sometimes health-threatening and even deadly consequences. Journalists and other media staff have been faced with an increasing amount of hostility and even violence when they just wanted to do their job, for example, reporting from demonstrations. Unfortunately, women journalists are particularly targeted. In this situation, characterized by fear and polarization, citizens are, of course, looking for trustworthy information. And the good news is that most people know whom to trust. EBU research found that while almost half of Europeans have been using social networks for news about the pandemic, only 14% believe them to be the trusted source. The EBU and its members are crucially committed to contribute to well-informed citizenship, which is so important for our democracies. Large volumes of high-quality, trusted news that is easy to access and find across all platforms is the best way to combat disinformation. We also deploy targeted initiatives to fight disinformation. It just takes a click to spread disinformation, but it takes a massive effort to tackle the fallout. Georgia's public broadcaster, GPB, developed a website, Anti-Fake. ORF in Austria developed a dedicated COVID-19 platform. RAI in Italy set up a fake news unit, and France Télévisions, Vrai ou Fake, is a fact-checking platform. Some examples. But next to accountability, diversity, universality, independence, and excellence, innovation is one of the EBU's core values. And I'm very happy to tell you that on July 1st, the EBU is launching an online news sharing service. It provides audiences across Europe with fresh insight into issues of common concern and mutual interests. It will give a European perspective. With more than 40,000 journalists across Europe, public service media represent Europe's largest newsroom and one of the world's biggest. We are also a driver, together with Reporters Without Borders, IFP, and others, of the Journalist Trust Initiative. It enables media organizations to check, disclose, and promote their transparency and identify trustworthy outlets. It helps tackle disinformation and promote trustworthy journalism. Now, I want to share with you my views on another key issue of trust: platforms and sometimes their domination. Internet and tech giants' revenues are skyrocketing. They are the clear winners from the crisis and the subsequent lockdowns. The COVID-19 crisis saw the revenue of the internet and tech giants shoot up. OTT subscription revenue went up by 37% and online video advertising by 7%. We all know that online platforms have become important ways to reach audiences. Audiences use social networks, news aggregators, or search engines to access news, information, and other media content. The platform determines who sees what and when, based on their algorithm, content recommendation systems, community standards, and terms and conditions. They behave like gatekeepers, controlling vast amounts of data, deploying sometimes unfair business practices, and imposing their choices on audiences. Important regulatory and other policy initiatives by the EU, the Council of Europe, and other international organizations are addressing those crucial questions. If we want people to continue to access the trusted news and the rich plurality of views that we as public media offers, regulation needs to ensure that lawful content from already regulated media and press in Europe is not taken down or not interfered with. As media, we have already strict EU and national media laws and professional editorial standards for our content and services. We are also very carefully monitored by regulators. But despite this, platforms regularly remove our content and apps, and they block our accounts without any prior warning. Platforms should not be allowed to have such control. The European Digital Service Act should ensure that media organizations remain solely responsible for the content and services we produce, and platform operators should neither be responsible nor liable for our content. EU must also do more to make online platforms a safer space. Policymakers and media stakeholders agree that platforms simply did not live up to expectations. A case in point is the 2019 Code of Practice on Disinformation signed by major online platforms. With its recently published guidance paper, the Commission called again for stronger commitments from platforms and to review the existing code to that end. Of course, this review process is very important, but it's naive to believe that a reviewed code will be the ultimate solution. I even see risks. By asking platforms to take more unilateral action against disinformation, they could open the risk for arbitrary and unjustified takedowns of content, and we do not want that. It's just a reminder that any policy measure aiming to fight disinformation must be cautious, proportionate, and protect freedom of speech and pluralism. We should also look at the recent EU acts. The DSA proposed by the European Commission aims to make online platforms more accountable and responsible, while the proposal targets firmer action against illegal content hosted by platforms. The DSA contains many obligations which could help fight disinformation online. But really we should do more. Herewith, some other relevant obligation to address. Three ones. The first one is the Know Your Business Customer principle, which would oblige online platforms to verify the identity of every business users. The second one is data sharing with researchers and regulators. And the third one, cooperation with trusted flaggers such as fact checkers that identify and flag disinformation on platforms. One very important piece of the puzzle, which I mentioned earlier, is, however, missing in the DSA proposal. I'm referring to arbitrary takedowns and interference by platforms of lawful content, apps, and services by media and publishers. Please remember that it's media and publishers that hold editorial responsibility and abide by audiovisual rules with EU and national standards. The DSA is an opportunity to establish a clear rule that platforms are not allowed to remove or interfere with contents from media sources. And this is not just an academic discussion, because our members regularly encounter arbitrary removals of our content, blocking of app updates, or other kinds of interferences with the content we provide on third-party platforms. Another essential element to tackle is to ensure effective prominence of public value content, as recognized by the EU Audiovisual Media Service Directive. Modern policies promoting prominence of public value content needs to be developed and promoted. Some of them are already emerging in Germany, in France, and the UK. More of them are needed. We are also pleased that the European Commission started a reflection on a possible EU approach to support prominence regimes as part of its Democracy Action Plan. And please note that this should be done not only by public media, but also together with the whole creative and cultural industry, private as well as public. My friends, I wish you a very productive day full of creative ways in order to secure and improve this very, very crucial, trusted public sphere. Thank you very much for your attention, and à bientôt.
Thank you very much, Delphine. And I would like to also to use this opportunity to thank the EBU as a whole for their continued support, for their continued commitment to use EuroDIG as a platform for discussion. And I think it is very appreciated and is very necessary that the issues for which the EBU has a core competence are kept on the agenda. We have heard a number of challenges. We also have heard a number of concrete proposals that could become solutions, at least to some of the challenges, or ways to improve the situation. I think one thing that has probably become clear to many is that during this pandemic period, many of the challenges that appeared are not completely new, but the trends have been accelerated, have been reinforced. And so there's an urgency in discussing this. And so we are very happy to invite you to discuss this in the sessions, the respective sessions this morning, but also in the afternoon. But before we do this, let me hand over to Elisabeth, because she has been involved in another very important branch of the EuroDIG process. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Right, so what I'm going to do now is introduce you to the EuroDIG, which is the youth program of EuroDIG that we conduct each year. And I will keep myself brief because the main stars of this keynote are the participants themselves, who work very hard and are represented by two of their colleagues in presenting the youth messages. But for those of you who might not know yet what the EuroDIG is, every year we try to bring about 30 young people between the ages of 18 and 30 to the respective EuroDIG. When we did this on site, also you might have seen a bunch of young people wandering the halls. These were probably the EuroDIG people. And also last year, as everyone else, we had to go online, which demands a lot of our participants. And we were really happy to see that we had such a dedicated group which dived into platform questions, data privacy and regulation questions, but also disinformation and digital self-determination. So they really dug into those topics in a series of online meetings that we started already in spring, which culminated last weekend in a very intense weekend that we all spent together from morning to night. And the main outcome of this are the youth messages. And with this, I would like to briefly hand over to the wonderful Nadia Chachia, who facilitated the process again. And Nadia, maybe you could tell us how that went and how we approach the youth messages.
Thanks, Elizabeth. The youth messages are the goals and recommendations from the EuroDIG participants to the EuroDIG community and also beyond this. They are built using the team's integrity process, which focuses on bringing different communication methods to foster different styles of learning and sharing practices that really bring out the collective knowledge of a group. This year, we really welcomed once again a strong and engaging young group of students and young professionals who shared their stories from their local communities and professions, and I'm excited for them to share their final results.
Thank you, Nadia. And with this, and without much further ado, I would like to hand over to Stephanie Töven and Luisa Franco Machado, who are the two people out of the group of many who were very engaged to tell you about the youth messages and what they bring to the table this EuroDIG. So, Stephanie, I think you're starting. If I could see you in a minute, that would be good. I'm still seeing Nadia. Yeah. Stephanie, could you say something? Yeah? I'm hearing you. I'm still seeing Nadia. Which is great always, but you know. So,
should I start or?
Yeah. Wonderful.
Yes.
Hi, Stephanie. Now we can see you, and I don't want to take much of your time, so over to you and to Luisa, and I'm very happy and proud to hear what you have been working on.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. So, as young people, we have grown up with the internet, and at least speaking for myself, I cannot imagine a world without the internet. Not one generation that has preceded us shares our experience with and understanding of the internet.
Well, thanks a lot, Stephanie. I don't know if you guys can see me now at the screen. If you could confirm, Elizabeth. I hope that's okay. That being said, I will proceed to my speech. Well, at the EuroDIG, we really believe that the time has come for the youth to be the actor and not just the subject. So during the past weekend, young people from all over the world, not just Europe, have gathered to discuss through EuroDIG what are our priorities when it comes to internet governance. What do we value in the current digital era? And this is what we're here to answer with Stephanie, but also with our EuroDIG colleagues as well. So we shall start by saying that we have seen, especially with COVID, and as we have discussed in the previous EuroDIG sessions, an increased usage of technology by government bodies. But concerns have certainly arisen, especially in our youth, with regards to how well public institutions are guaranteeing access to crucial services for those who lack connectivity or digital skills. Even though digitalization might be what many governments aim for, we recognize especially the need to maintain analog access to digitized services in order to leave no one behind. Evidently, the principle of inclusion by design should also be the conducting wire within government innovation and the digitalization of government services. This means that when services are digital, they must be clear, easy to use, and in an understandable language, and also available on different devices and platforms. The digitalization in public institutions should be specially fostered by preferably an in-house IT team, limiting the involvement of private companies as much as possible. Why? Because this would assure that governments can be held accountable for the services that they are putting in practice. The EuroDIG believes that technology should not be an end in itself, but rather a means to a larger goal. If we focus more specifically, for example, on artificial intelligence, we believe that a transparent application of the technology is really necessary to ensure that, for example, there are proper checks and balances from the targeted users as well. Moreover, when applying AI to government decision-making, human involvement should be guaranteed when citizens' lives would be impacted significantly. This is also why no dangerous experimentation should be made when fundamental rights are at stake, except when it occurs in a controlled environment. But this also goes hand in hand with the new AI regulation from the EU. Now, let's talk a little bit about platforms once again. This has been a really discussed topic at EuroDIG, and at EuroDIG, we also believe that this is a matter of concern. Several sessions on EuroDIG have been exploring how platforms have impacted our lives and are still impacting our lives, as well as discussing how European regulation is aiming to limit their gigantic power. But if we think about it, what's their main source of power? It's data. This is why we believe that raw data and resources should not be monopolized by some, while sensitive data should be always prevented from being collected indistinctly. Technical norms designed by a multi-stakeholder community especially, need to assure the interoperability and the portability of data, while still taking into consideration the different interests in the internet governance community. Moreover, norms and data processing practices need to be shared with the general public in a transparent, granular manner. Sensible practices such as data processing and user targeting should be even more carefully assessed, and the risks must be mitigated. Ultimately, the users need to understand how their information is being used and giving the possibility to take action, including opting out based on this information. Indeed, IP rights and trade secrets must be respected, but this should never hinder users from understanding what is at stake with data collection and processing. After all, users should be at the center of the internet and not be only part of the discussion, but also have a say in actions taken. Now, back to you, Stephanie, to continue our beautiful speech.
Thank you, Luisa. So, as Luisa just mentioned, especially during this pandemic, we've seen an exponential growth in the use of technology and digitization, not only within government bodies, but generally speaking. Algorithmic data processing and predictive analytics have led to a decrease within individual and collective agency, further stressing the importance of digital self-determination. It is for this reason that young people at EuroDIG have flagged digital self-determination and digital literacy as a key focal point for our youth messages this year. We believe there's no place for biased or discriminatory views based on nationality, social and ethnic origin, religion, belief, race, disability, gender identity, and sexual orientation, and we should at all times avoid the dominance of certain actors over others in order to continue to protect the openness of the internet. This openness is a vital part for self-determination within the digital sphere. Therefore, national security interests or profits within the private sector should never stand in the way of digital self-determination. In order to empower people to embrace the concept of digital self-determination, we believe that both private and public bodies should make use of algorithmic audits and impact assessments. Within this, transparent, non-discriminatory open procedures will be able to support individuals' right to self-determination. We believe platforms play a big role in this process. The internet must be for everyone, and hence platforms, social media platforms, and online platforms should respect the human rights of everyone, especially the rights of marginalized groups. We believe that platforms as an integral part of the internet should be available and accessible to everyone whilst respecting the privacy of the users and ensuring anonymity, allowing people to preserve their personal identifiable information. Additionally, digital literacy can provide a confident approach for digital self-determination. By providing access to digital literacy, we can create a digitally comfortable generation that will proactively engage in the digital economy. Another issue that we as youth believe needs to be addressed, but that was also just mentioned by Delphine Ernaud, is the issue of disinformation. We believe that not one actor can solve this issue, and hence we value the multi-stakeholder approach in which youth are given a voice as well. We believe that disinformation should be addressed from a holistic perspective, and we can all play a part in tackling this issue. Firstly, we want to stress the fact that governments should never be involved in the process of spreading disinformation or benefit from the spread of disinformation in any way whatsoever. Instead, governments should take concrete steps in order to prevent the distribution of disinformation whilst avoiding curbing freedom of speech, especially when it comes to marginalized people, as we do not negatively want to impact individual and collective rights to digital self-determination. Additionally, the private sector can play its role by making transparent the algorithms and processes used to tackle disinformation, and ensuring transparent regulations on machine learning that identify disinformation. When possible, the private sector should downgrade content deemed as disinformation whilst respecting the freedom of speech of its users, especially marginalized people. The media can also play a role in addressing disinformation by creating tools and guidelines on the value of information and how to recognize trustworthy information. When possible and safe, the media should make sources of information visible, unless it of course puts people at risk, such as journalists. At all times, the media should be held accountable, though, when creating and spreading disinformation through independent monitoring action. Lastly, we believe there's a role for academia and the educational system. This sector should focus on implementing media and digital information literacy, thus fostering critical thinking. There should be a holistic vision of information and freedom of expression in Europe, with a focus on contextualizing information locally and linking it to the rights to freedom of expression. The educational system can play a role in developing digital literacy programs that may be used both inside and outside of schools. These programs can empower peer educators to help spread digital literacy within their communities, thus impacting people from different age groups. So none of these issues discussed at EuroDIG this past weekend or at EuroDIG these past few days are easy to solve issues with a clear-cut solution. Instead, all of these issues are multifaceted, impacting various stakeholders in different ways. In order to ensure that such broad issues are addressed for everyone, we need to take a multi-stakeholder approach in which young people are not only given a voice, but heard as well. Now back to you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Stephanie, and also thank you, Luisa. And I want to extend those thanks to all the participants who were so engaged throughout, and also the org team, which really made a great program and brought you into contact with decision makers and important voices. So keep on being strong youth voices at EuroDIG, and I hope to see you all in the upcoming years as well. Now over to you, Sandra.
Thank you, Elisabeth, and let me congratulate you and Nadia, the entire team, the young participants for their great work. It's really amazing to see how engaged you've been, even if the meeting is only virtual, because we understand you're running this EuroDIG already since April, which is quite a long time, and had a very intensive weekend. So congratulations to your messages, and they will become part of the overall EuroDIG messages as well, and hope to see you next year in a physical or in a hybrid meeting. Okay, and now let me go back to our studios. Nadia, can I speak to you quickly?
Hello, Sandra. Yes, I'm here. I don't know if you can see me yet.
I can see you. Wonderful. So, Nadia, you have another intense day in Studio Bruges with 2 focus sessions. Our second focus session will be on the NIS directive, talking about the cybersecurity agenda. That's going to be a very hot topic within the next few months in Europe. And in parallel, we have media workshops going on in Studio Belgrade. And in Studio Trieste, we have workshops that are focusing on access and media literacy and education. So, Nadia, I wish you a very another intensive day. I heard that the organizers of Focus Session 3 and Focus Session 4 are again trying out a new format and to play with it. We will reconvene in the evening to see how it worked. I wish the organizers and you all success and fruitful discussions. And Studio Belgrade, can you hear me as well?
We can hear you.
Studio Belgrade, can you
Yes, we can hear you.
Speak up? Wonderful. Good to see you as well. So also for you, I wish you a very fruitful day. And
Thank you.
Good luck with this media track that is going to be convened in your studio. And finally, let's go to Trieste one more time. Trieste, Marco, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Wonderful. I can hear and see you. It's always great to reconnect across the continent within a second. Marco, albeit the weather is not for like sitting in a studio, but rather going out for a swim, we appreciate very much that you continue in Studio Trieste now with a session about recent studies on accessing educational content. So good luck with this as well. And we will reconnect with you before the next keynote speech at 2:15 with all the studios, and I wish you a good day.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Sandra.
My name is Nadia Chechia, and I'm your student.
Okay, so welcome. And I think we can start our workshop number 11. Let me share some slides with you. There you go. I hope you can see my slides right now. So we're in workshop 11, which is about recent studies on accessing educational content. And there's some session rules that I want to read out to you. Please enter your full name. To ask a question, please raise your hand using the Zoom function. You will be unmuted when the floor is given to you. And when speaking, switch on the video, please. State your name and affiliation. And don't forget that the chat will not be stored or published anywhere. And do not share the link to the Zoom meetings, not even with your colleagues. And now I think I can give the floor to Roberto. which is going to introduce the speakers.
Thank you, Marco. I'm Roberto, and I will be the moderator for this session. I see that one of the speakers is not yet connected, but I think that I can start anyway, saying a few words about what are we trying to achieve with this session. So, as you all know, the COVID has pushed very much the use of online media, and that has affected a lot the programs and the training institutions. Some institutions were already doing some sort of remote learning and were prepared, but the vast majority had to instantly change their pattern, and that was a paradigm shift that was very huge for a lot of organizations. And this has brought to light some of the problems. E-learning systems were not standardized. There were a lot of differences in the way different institutions have operated their online activities, have moved online their activities. And a lot of the teachers, the academic body was not fully prepared to do this immediate switch. So those are these situations have brought also some practical and societal challenges, and this is what we want to discuss in this session. The idea of the organizing committee was to have, of course, speakers that can authoritatively bring a certain point of view, but we also would like to involve very much the audience, because probably each of us have a personal experience about e-learning and about moving to online media due to the pandemic. So this is basically the layout of the session, and I don't know if Alex, who is the coordinator of this session, wants to say a couple of words. Otherwise, I will invite the first speaker, that is Ruta Baptista, to speak. Alex, do you want to say a couple of words, or do we go to the speakers?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Roberto, for introducing the session. So today we're going to have two key speakers, including Ruth Baptista. Thank you so much for joining us today, and myself. So At any point, we want our audience to feel that they can engage in the discussion and participate in the dialogue. We are here to focus on the dialogue, and we want to avoid maintaining long monologues and exclusive dialogues in between key speakers as much as possible. So if you have any questions or if you want to provide your own input, feel free to raise your hands in the Zoom, and we're going to give you the stage for a while. So thanks. I think we can proceed now.
Thank you, Alex. Rute, you have the floor for your presentation.
Yes, thank you and good morning. I'm very happy to be here with you today discussing something that is very close to me, not just to my work, but to my heart as well, which is training of teachers. And just a clarification that my name is under European Commission and I'm not an employee of the European Commission. I work for European Schoolnet. So just a small clarification, okay? But I am indeed a professional development manager, and my main area of work is to develop educational content, of course, the online courses, face-to-face courses in the training of teachers, in the continuous professional development of teachers. And there was a few, I think, better than giving a speech on certain methodologies or theories that are going around. I think it's more, it's nicer to comment on what was said in the beginning, in the introduction of this session. So if you allow me, because as far as I understood, this is supposed to be a dialogue. So please interrupt me if you disagree with me, or if some of my points are controversial or disruptive. Because indeed, I do have a feeling that we are stuck in time in terms of professional development of teachers and adults. I also work with the adult training. And I worry a lot when we hear keywords as standard and switch, talking about digital education or digital resources and so on. I've been working in this area for 20 years, and we are always talking about the same terms. And I think that the pandemic, and this is of course the situation here in this workshop, is to analyze what has happened or what was brought up due to the pandemic situation. I think the pandemic just showed, just revealed what was already there. So the need to act and the need to transform immediately. Because for 20 years now, I've been working in this area, and the conversation is always the same. So I think the pandemic was just an ignite, just a trigger to actually act towards a change that was happening throughout these 20 years. But this is, of course, just my personal view. I don't know if everyone agrees with me, if someone disagrees with me as well. And this comment is related to the switch that was referred, that needs to happen. Yes, it needs to happen, that switch, very quickly on our minds. But I'm actually super happy. I don't know if Angela Capizzuto is already here or not, but I do work with her in some projects. And I know that there's a lot of people around that already did that switch. And what I experienced during the pandemic is that there's a group of people that didn't need that switch. And it was super easy to adapt when the situation arose. So the switch needs to happen in general terms, indeed, but there's a lot of people that are already prepared, were already prepared. They easily adapted, they easily implemented what they knew already. Because in my perspective, it's not us that need to adapt to the digital needs to adapt to us, to our needs. So if we know how to handle this approach to the digital, and how to manipulate the digital according to the needs that we have, then it will be much easier to adapt, because we will know where to find the things that we need to do, to use to do what we have to do in terms of preparing educational content, in terms of creating and designing different things. I'm a mom as well. I also saw the struggles in the school, in my son's school, and I was really worried that this is just closing my initial point, and I was really worried that this was still a concern. How can we implement lessons at distance? And we are in 2021 and we still don't know how to do this. Then what needs to change? What mind shift needs to change? What are we doing wrong in terms of training teachers or training adults? What are we doing wrong? What do we need to do to actually implement this shift? And I think that for now, I'll leave my points here. I have other points that I would like to make, but maybe we'll continue the conversation. Alex, I don't know what you think.
Okay, thank you. First of all, you're very welcome with disruptive messages. I came here with a similar mood as well.
Good.
It's actually very refreshing to see, to hear that somebody is talking about the state of us being stuck in time. I guess I can provide a different point of view on the same set of problems. So first of all, I completely agree that most of the problems and hindrances that we experience with online education right now are problems that have been here all along for a very long time. And what COVID pandemic actually did, it was making these problems more apparent and more immediately painful. First of all, I'm sorry, let me introduce myself. I'm Alex Pia. I am a software engineer based in Helsinki, and I've been involved in software engineering since 2013, and I specialized in development of learning management and knowledge management tools and systems. I've been doing this for 4 years with John Wiley & Sons Incorporated, and then I've been doing a lot of projects for data portability for GDPR and legal sector over here in Helsinki. And also, I am right now conducting my own research into digital tools interoperability and personal knowledge management and collective knowledge management with Organization for Ethical Source. So here's my background roughly. So in my opinion, a lot of the problems that we experience right now, they are only loosely related to standardization per se, and there are more systemic problems that we have in online education as an industry. So, for example, a lot of online learning courses right now, especially the ones that are targeted at adults, are often designed to mimic in their structure a typical university curriculum, which means that they provide heavily curated content in a centralized manner, which is governed by access rights. So if I'm going to enroll in a professional course, and if I finish the course and my enrollment ends, I lose access to educational content, which introduces a lot of problems for my personal knowledge management because I no longer have the reference to things that I've learned. I've lost the source. A lot of e-learning platforms are essentially walled gardens in that sense. Another problem is that by mimicking the structure of university curricula, we bring a lot of assumed requirements for university curriculum as well. Speaking of a requirement for dedicated space and dedicated time for learning, which in form of remote learning or online learning, more often than not, becomes a luxury for a lot of people. Imagine a family that has only one home computer, and let's say a father and a wife and a son, they have to attend their courses, the son in school, and the wife perhaps is taking some courses for professional growth. And they have to basically share access to their own respective learning resources and manage their own time, which sometimes is is very hard to pull off. And all of that is happening because traditional curriculum assumes dedicated space and time. But when we move to remote learning, it suddenly happens that educational institutes are not able to provide dedicated space and time. And we expect learners to provide it for themselves. And I'm mostly interested right now in research on affecting teaching and self-teaching methodologies that recognize that, especially in adults, most of learning activities actually happens outside of the classroom. And I'm interested in researching tools and systems to bridge the gap between traditional e-learning and personal knowledge management. I'm interested in tools that would make me as a learner able to have a constant and persistent point of reference to all of the courses and all of the learning that I've done online. So I can go back and refresh and assess my own expertise time after time. Another problem that comes with traditional learning curriculum is that most of it is actually assessment driven. It is something that we in John Wiley & Sons used to call assessment-driven education, where we're not learning as means of practicing some sort of a skill or relaying some sort of a knowledge, but we're learning to pass a test or to pass an assessment or to get a good grade, which works a lot of the time, but it kind of incentivizes quick and intensive bursts of study before the assessment that can lead to a person completely forgetting what they were supposed to learn after the assessment has passed. So these are systemic problems. Some of them are economic by nature. I'm speaking of the fact that a lot of learning tools and learning management systems that we use right now are proprietary systems that are developed by for-profit companies, and they do not disclose their source code. They do not disclose their data operating policies. At least in a transparent manner, more often than not. And the fact that we tried adopting our traditional teaching and learning methodologies to an online remote environment, and it doesn't translate very, very good. So I'm interested in discussing possibilities to improvement in these systemic issues, first and foremost. And that's all for me. Thanks.
May I jump in? Sorry. May I jump in? Because when you talk about standardization of the system, I totally agree with you that the trend is to mimic what is done in the physical space of learning process, whatever that is for adult learning, even for teachers, the teachers with their students. I think everywhere what people do is to do what they know, and they just mimic what is happening on the physical space. And actually, we've been working and learning, of course, and developing much more on what is blended learning and how that can be improved in what we do already. And indeed, there's a discussion if the standard is really the way to go. But because also, if we go just for the physical space, for instance, we are talking about individualization, personalized learning. How can we do this also in the digital? If we keep the standards, so this discussion always happens in the physical, but if we transport and if we mimic everything, how can we also have, so I just wanted to add this to the discussion, how can we also have an individual path and an individual personalized path, which is two different things, of course, in also a digital environment. I know that there are certain tools already, some AI tools that are developing that. I know certain tools, and I'm not going to do the publicity about them, but also connected with that, and also it's more maybe connected with the point that you made about inclusion, is how can we address the social issues? So how can we promote collaboration? How can we promote social interaction? How can we make sure that everyone has the same access? Maybe due to the issues that you raised, Alex, like only one computer at home. Maybe there are some people that don't even have the computer or don't have a good connection. I experienced that with the parents of my son's class, for instance, and that was a struggle. That didn't have the connection either, even not just the computer. So connected with the social problems, how can we also overcome that point? Because it's not just the design, not just the planning of online learning, but it's also the social issues that are connected with that, and the personalization and individualization of the learning. So I just wanted to fire a little bit.
Okay, I think, Roberto, we can get back to these points after we give the floor briefly to Andriana. She's here with GIP to formulate messages, and maybe we can give her 5 to 7 minutes right now, or should we do it later? What do you think?
Normally this is done at the end of the session, because she has to sort of summarize what the discussion was and report the points. So we will have to make sure that we leave 5 to 10 minutes for her. Right now, I still don't see the other speaker, the Angela Lucia Capezzuto.
Yeah, Sabrina recently messaged that the second speaker isn't going to be able to join us, so we'll have to proceed as is.
Okay, no problem. We wanted, in any case, to involve more also the audience. So I would like to make a couple of comments, and then I would like to have the people in the audience to intervene and to talk about their experiences, because this is much more a sharing of experiences rather than having only people, I would say, speaking officially. I wanted to also to raise another couple of aspects of this, the problems that we have with e-learning. Sure, we have inequalities because of what has been already said. Sometimes there's not enough computer capability in homes, or the connection and so on. I had one personal experience with a cousin of mine. He sent me one picture of a kid that was outside in the rain with an umbrella and with a computer, with a laptop. And he said, here, this is my son. We don't have internet at home. And so he is in a public place trying to connect to the school. And that public place was the only place where they had the connection, but it was actually not. There was no roof. I think that there are a lot of people a lot of kids have been put in stressful situations in terms for being able to access their learning this at the distance. Another point that I wanted to raise is that there is school and school. A few months ago, I visited here in Trieste a professional school, and it was already, it was actually in a moment in which the pandemic was not striking very hard, but shortly after we had the second wave here. This professional school had a very specific problem. Distant learning and online learning was possible, but a lot of the program was with interaction with labs and things. So it was extremely challenging for them to provide a complete learning experience to the students without having the possibility for the students to physically be on a machine or in a laboratory, see the result of the tests, operate the machines. And unfortunately, I have invited this person, the responsible for this school, to come and speak, but unfortunately, he was unable to do that. But still, I think that this is a very serious issue. Of course, other fields of study are easier to move in a completely online environment, but we have those sort of difficulties. This said, I would invite some people in the audience to talk about their experience. Feel free to raise your hand. Well,
you can raise your hand in the reaction sections in the Zoom call if you want, or just signify your activity as you see fit. So if you press the reactions button, there is a raise hand button, and it works like this. Just in case anybody is not used to using Zoom.
Well, while I wait for hands to be raised, I don't want to monopolize the discussion, but let me also raise another point while waiting for the comments from the floor. One of the problems we have touched on standardization. One of the issues that I see is, while I have gathered a bit of information about how different learning different schools have approached the problem, is that they were mostly left by themselves in order to choose how to do their learning. Besides choosing the platform, whether it's Zoom or something, but there is we don't have a developed culture about tools that can be adapted to optimize e-learning. And I wonder whether this is a field where we have also opportunities. I believe that even when the pandemic will be over, that in any case, we are going to use online learning because of the possibility that it gives in certain situations when physical presence is not possible. So now we were all taken by surprise by this pandemic, but I wonder whether certain tools that will be specifically adapted for optimizing distant learning will be developed in time so that that organizations, schools, universities could be more effective in their online curricula. Anybody from the floor willing to provide your impressions, your experiences in terms of e-learning? Shall I, Alex, please go ahead. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry. So while we are, while the audience is getting ready to participate, I wanted to bring about another point that was risen by the speaker from EuroDIG Youth just before the session. They were talking about digital self-determination, ethics and conduct, human rights, and the relationship of everything in that scope with the platforms, with online platforms. So the problem of choosing the correct tools to optimize learning experience for e-learning context, I think should consider digital self-determination and digital autonomy and ethics and human rights as one of the criteria of validating the use of a certain tool. So I wanted to ask Ruth if you can basically share the process of choosing a tool to facilitate online learning, because you work with teachers a lot. So do you recommend certain tools? If you do, how do you base your recommendations, and what gets in the list of recommended tools and what doesn't, and why?
Thank you for asking that question. There's no recipe, like magic recipe for that. It is very much related, and this was the first point that I made in my initial speech, that we need to see the needs. So we need to see the learner's needs, whatever, if it's a kid or an adult, we need to see the learner's needs, and then we need to find a tool that fits that need. For instance, if we want them to collaborate, then we need to find a tool that allows the collaboration, meaning the exchange, the building together, so the interaction between the different intervenients or the different actors in that learning process. So it is strongly connected with the pedagogical objectives. It is strongly connected with the purpose of that specific moment or learning moment. And so there's no, as I said, there's no magic recipe, but that's the first advice. If you want me to give some certain topics or bullet points on how to choose a tool, is first check the needs of your learners, then your pedagogical objectives, and then you choose the tool. Only then. And of course, the teachers usually go for free tools because, well, that's the reality. That's it. But then with free tools, maybe they don't find exactly the full set of, this is what I find when we train teachers, that sometimes the free tools don't actually offer the full set of functionalities that they need for a certain objective, and then they have to complement with other tools. And then this brings another problem, which is the variety of tools that they can use, and it's sometimes it's counterproductive, because then they feel lost because it's so many tools and then I cannot handle it. And so I think it's also, we need to, and this was another point that I wanted to raise about the digital skills. What do we mean by digital skills? Is it the ability to use a certain tool, or is it the ability to manipulate the digital world to our needs? For me, this is what is digital skills. And I think this also has to be clear. I think a lot of teachers think that, oh, I have digital skills because I do know how to handle, I don't know, Zoom, for instance, just not to publicize any other tool. But I think some people may confuse digital skills with the ability to use a certain tool. Yes, that's a skill. But for me, digital skill is the ability to actually navigate through the digital, choose the best tool for me and for that purpose, choose a tool that also makes them comfortable. Okay, because in a learning process and in a learning moment, the tutor or the facilitator needs to be comfortable with the tools that they have in their hands, and choose a tool that I can manipulate according to what I need, because it shouldn't be the digital manipulating us, should be the other way around. Yeah, so that would be my main points for this, without giving any magic recipe.
Thank you. I have 4 hands I hope I get them in the right order. I have Eric, and then Katarina, and Valencia, and Auke. Eric, you have the floor.
Thanks, Roberto. This is, I think, an extension of Alex's remark just now. If we, and of course, teachers go for platforms and go for the cheapest, like Ute just said. The problem is, of course, that inherently in the software of those platforms, there are values embedded. And those are the values of the developers, perhaps sometimes accidental, sometimes on purpose. I think that one of the important things in education nowadays is that education needs to evolve in terms of content, but it also needs to safeguard the public values that we want to transfer, right? These are different in Europe than they are in Asia and than they are in Africa. And I think we need to retain those public values. And even inside Europe, right, they are different in different countries. So I'm very worried about whether we are capable of retaining those public values and will not be manipulated by the platforms and their embedded values in there. And that ranges from the ethical that Alex mentioned, but it also ranges all the way into the cultural. I mean, there's cultural prejudice in software, and how do we avoid that happening? So this is one of the things that drives me very much towards open source software, because at least you can verify what's in there, you can adjust it to the needs in your country, etc. But all in all, it worries me that you know our values are under attack in a sense in education, because certainly because due to the pandemic and the incredibly fast move to online, and people don't have a real option to think about it more carefully.
Thank you, Eric. Next is Katarina. Sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly.
It's okay, thank you. You can call me Katarina because in my language, which is Polish, is Katarzyna. So, so Katarina is the international version. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like to speak a little bit on my experience as being a teacher. Well, I have the opportunity to teach adults and also children. And I must say that when it comes to online learning and online teaching, being an adult, it's so much easier. Because to be honest, adults, they mostly learn for themselves, and they often choose additional tools to learn. And when I teach, sometimes it's enough for me to scan something from a real book and to send it to them, and they are going to do it in their own time. Then when it comes to children, and I had a wonderful group last year of 4 10-year-olds trying to learn some English. And to be honest, the lack of interaction was horrible. And I knew that they are getting bored. And as Ruta said, of course, I was choosing the free options and the free platforms, because then I could choose from different options. But still, I feel the need of one tool where I can interact and where I can work on different types of skills which I can build in my students, whether they are children or they are adults, they are students, whatever, I don't really care, where I can, I don't know, make them also interact with me through this platform. And unfortunately, I feel a big lack of it. And for me, at the end of the school year with my children, my own, I must say that I saw that they are not positively thinking about the future of learning. They are bored, unhappy, even depressed. They cannot wait to come and to see me in person. And I think that for me, even though we are talking about platforms and other things, I think that this psychological part of teaching children and young adults is very important, because they are not gaining those social skills which they need while they are learning online. And we don't really know how to solve this problem. Yes, because when someone is, I don't know, 30 or 35, this is not a problem. They log in, they call me on Skype and they say, okay, Kasia, the next hour is for us. But when it comes to children, they want to see me, they want to touch the paper, they want to, I don't know, read something, write something. They want me even to point a finger to something. And I think that they feel very alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Katarina. Valencia, you have the floor, and then Auke.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for the very engaging conversation so far. I'm Valencia Dusanikova. I am working for the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, and I just wanted to briefly follow up on some of the points that have been already raised that sort of resonated quite a bit with the experiences of the library field. So this shift to digital has, of course, also been linked quite in no small part to questions around access to educational materials, I believe. And this sort of feeds into questions, for example, differences around pricing for access to physical as opposed to digital learning materials. These may be different. The rules for lending for physical and digital materials can also vary depending on country circumstances. And this is a question that I think is linked heavily to questions around equity. So who can access quality content? When is it available? When can they access content that's best suited for their purposes? There are some ways that libraries, for example, school libraries, academic libraries, have been seeking to address these, whether it's investing more into digital collections where possible, advocating for open educational resources, which I think is linked to the point that we've heard regarding open source materials too. So I think this sort of links to the point that Alex has touched upon regarding walled gardens. So I just wanted to ask if we do have the time to elaborate a bit more on that point from your experience, Alex. What are the problems? How do you identify those? What solutions have you seen, and so on? Thank you.
Thank you, Valencia. I would be inclined to give the floor first to Auke for his comment, and then to Alex for providing the information that you have requested. Auke, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Yeah, my name is Auke Pals. I work at Trieste. And thank you all for your contribution. And really, the point of EuroDIG, I hope I pronounce it right.
You can just call me Katarina or whatever, whatever in your language is this name. Thank you.
Thank you, Katarina. And I really felt something with the point you were trying to make on having one tool to serve your students and to serve education. And from my perspective as a former student and also part-time teacher, it would be great having one tool serving everybody, and also just getting all the tools and all the subjects that you teach into one platform and one portal. However, this also kind of contradicts with my view that technology should serve the user. and technology should serve the user and consumer instead of that we as consumer or users try to adapt with the technology that has been created. So for instance, if we want to use one tool for the entire world, and that's also maybe a point that Eric just made, is that we're adapting to that tool and to the values of that tool we're using, and that's not really what we want, because a subject and even a method of a teacher can totally be different from other teachers, and we want to, or in my view, I want that technology serves the user instead of that we adapt to the system. So yeah, that was just a remark I was trying to make.
Thank you, Auke. Alex, you have the floor, and then I have Göksel for a comment from the audience. I have notified that we will probably overflow a few minutes because we also need then to give the floor to the reporter. So, Alex, if you want to...
Yes, thank you so much. I was planning to engage with the audience and ask some questions to Katarzyna, Valencia, and Eric. So perhaps we should listen to the last question from the audience so far before I go for it.
Excellent. Göksel, again, I hope I pronounce it correctly. Yes. You have the floor, and then Alex, and then the summary.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. I'm Göksel. I would like to highlight the problems that occur when you are a disabled person. Online education might be a nightmare sometimes because I cannot use my fingers very easy in a keyboard. And actually, when I attend to an international exam, for example, TOEFL, I had many difficulties. Describing your disabled identity is an issue. They ask for many medical reports to send them, and then later I might need a personal assistant with me to be able to attend the exam. You know, it's hard to describe this to an online platform. Is another problem, and the other problem is you have to find a personal assistant, and you are facing with some security issues. They say he might help you, something like that. Maybe your personal assistant shouldn't be a helper for you, for example. Also, in my university education, suddenly they jump into online education, and again my examinations were too much nightmare for me. I couldn't succeed because they made lots of exams, lots of things to be done on your own, and for my disability, and I don't have a personal assistant. My parents don't know how to draw a graph for me, for example. I would need a need for personal assistant, and it was failure for me. I couldn't handle it on my own. I would like to say this because it's a important experience for people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Göksel. Indeed, it is an important issue, the one that you raise. Shall I give the floor to Rute for the final comment before going to Alex?
Yes, thank you. It's just really a final comment that, and thank you for the last intervention. I really appreciate it because it was connected with what I wanted to say on values as well. Thank you, Eric, for commenting on that, and Katarzyna also, to say that the students feel alone. And I think that's a very key point. I don't believe that the adults also don't feel alone. They just don't show it as the kids show it. I also that adults feel alone. And I think the values is a key element that we all should worry when we talk about online education. And most importantly is that more important than digital skills, we should have promote critical thinking, because then we can definitely sit and properly think and evaluate where are we replacing the digital by human skills. So that's my main point. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation for today.
Thank you, Rute. Alex, you have the floor.
Okay, so I'm going to briefly express the vision that I've gotten from the inputs from the audience, and then I'm going to ask a couple of questions to the audience, to specific members of the audience, because I would really like to hear your input on some of the issues we have raised. So honestly, we have barely scratched the surface of the problem, I think. But we can pinpoint some of the main points of interest in this discussion. And the first point I would like to mention was raised by Eric. Is retaining values and bias in software. So the software inherits the bias of software developers, and it also inherits the bias of the industry in the context of which the software was developed. So we're talking about questions like diversity and inclusion in development teams. So we can be sure that the tools that we are using are developed by people of diverse backgrounds and diverse cultural backgrounds. So our software can accommodate a variety of problems a non-diverse team would have trouble accommodating and even mentioning. Also, it touches briefly on, in my opinion, on the question of ethical licensing. Right now, when we're talking about open source, most open source license, they are only concerned about retaining a right of a software user to modify and redistribute software. These are kind of hard rights in terms of software usage, but they have absolutely no guidelines in terms of ethical usage of the software. And we already see in software industry this becoming a major problem, which is why organizations like Organization for Ethical Source were established to alleviate this problem, address it properly. Also, it brings me to the question of digital autonomy and digital rights. If we want our software, if we want our tools to be what they are, tools that serve us people and not us people serving the tools, we need to build in the respect for digital autonomy of people in the foundational structure of these tools. So if we as people, as learners and teachers experience problems like insecurity about our data, insecurity about our learning process, loneliness, lack of socialization, lack of interoperability with other tools, we have to, first of all, make sure that the tools that we are using are designed from the ground up to accommodate these needs. So perhaps we're talking about peer-to-peer technology or federated technology, kind of like social networks that are used in Fediverse, where each individual can spin up their version of open source Twitter, and they can be sure that all of the data that they've been generated are stored on their infrastructure, and they retain complete ownership of the data. And also they can provide whitelists and block lists to express agency in forming the informational bubble that is around themselves, that they are forming around themselves. So, and that brings me to the question that I wanted to ask. The first question is, I would like to ask Katarzyna. So you were talking about basically using e-learning tools and online communication tools to teach adults and children. And I wanted to ask you, do you have dedicated time to teach your audience how to use these tools? And if you do, how does it usually go?
I don't. Thank you for the question, first of all. You know, as tutor, I am basically teaching extracurricular, yes. So this is not like basic education. So I am trying to accommodate to the tools that my students already have. So for example, for school children, this is a solution by a big tech company, which they have at school. Yes. And for me, teaching a foreign language, it's impossible. Yes, because it's not enough interaction, but this is easier for them. When I try with different tools, then I have different voices. Like, for example, oh, I'm sorry, but I can't use this, but the other 10 people can, but I can't. And then on other platform, I cannot use this, but other 10 people can. So that's why my need is for one unified platform, maybe not international, not for everyone, but at least some solutions which will give the possibility to teach different subjects, as Håkan said, like in one solution, one platform, one program, one source, whatever, that I don't have to like change all the time, and not to make my students and not to make actually my consumers, yes, to be dependent on different types of platforms. When it comes to adults, it's a little bit easier, but they also opt to choose more known technologies, yes. So no, I don't really have time to do it. I have to do it in a very brief time. When I have a new idea, it's just like 5 minutes, click here, click there. And it would be great if I had one solution where I can teach all of them to use it at once. So that's from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your input, Katarzyna. Also, Valencia asked me to elaborate on the notion of walled gardens. I will do that really, really quickly. So walled gardens is essentially a software and hardware ecosystem that is constructed by a for-profit company for the purpose of retaining their user base. So if you're a for-profit company and you're developing a learning tool, you want your clients, both teachers and learners, to stick with your tool and stick within your ecosystem so you can extract more profits. That unfortunately is a very natural side effect of for-profit development, and it is actually one of the reasons why we don't see wide adoption of standards of learning tool interoperability. So for example, why can I not use this tool that I'm already using to access the content from another tool? So for example, hey, I want to incorporate parts of a free-to-access Coursera course or Han Academy course in my learning curricula. Why do I not have any way to integrate with these platforms and to borrow their content other than just sending links to my students? There are already developed standards for doing exactly that, but the for-profit model that is adopted by the majority of learning management solutions and learning tools and big tech isn't incentivized in adopting these standards of interoperability because they are more interested in retaining their user base more or less exclusively. So this is my experience, at least. So another point that was raised by Valencia that is very interesting is access to educational content. I believe that it is of essential importance to have a certain tool that makes the discovery of educational content easier, both for teachers and students, regardless of the platform on which the content is hosted. So this is something that I would like to mention. This is something that I'm working on with Organization for Ethical Source as well. Another very important point that I wanted to address was raised by Göksel. I'm sorry, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, is the accessibility. So there are standards for accessibility in online learning tools. For example, there is US-based 508 compliance, and all of the major learning platforms that we hear all the time, they're striving to be 508 compliant, but that only addresses for accessibility for visually impaired or audibly impaired. It does not address the social aspect of accessible learning space For example, your need for an assistant in your learning practices is usually left unaddressed in these standards and in these norms. So perhaps we should come up with a list of recommendations and a list of standards for social accessibility as well. So people like you could reach out and get assistance when they need it. So this is so far everything that I would like to address from the points that have been risen from the audience. As a finishing wrap up, my personal vision for a better set of learning tools would be learning tools that are developed openly by non-profit organizations, kind of like a grassroots movement of people who are interested in that, who are interested in facilitating better learning experiences in collaboration with students and teachers, that serves as a thin technological layer, providing access to learning content and tools that already exist out there, so we can utilize everything that we've been able to come up with up until this point, but also provide ways to share learning content and share knowledge in between students and teachers. I'm talking about the ability to turn your personal notes and your personal conspects into learning tools and tutorials and articles, and have them shared in accessible and in easily discoverable way. Because discoverability is another main pressure point that we should probably talk about. Most of the learning materials that we have right now are most of the times accessible via search engines. And search engine is its own tool that has its own biases. And sometimes something that you potentially would need doesn't come up in the search results. So there should be an alternative way of discovering learning content in a personalized manner that, well, I think it's enough for the idea. So I would like to give the stage back to Roberto, because we are 5 minutes past the finishing line of our session, but I think we can stay for a little bit longer.
Thank you. I have communicated to the secretariat that we are going to overflow, but we are supposed to finish by 11:45. So we have the last 8 minutes for Andriana as a reporter to propose us the findings, the messages that we can take from this session. Andriana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Before I start, can you hear me properly?
Yes.
There is a fan working in this room that I'm in because it's 37 degrees in Belgrade. So if I turn it off, I will definitely melt. I just wanted to know if you can hear me properly because of it. I'll be very quick. I'll explain the process. If you can live with this message, keep your silence, and any kind of editing and tweaking and suggesting a different word can be done after EuroDIG is over on the commenting platform. If you absolutely object to this message that I've written and you don't want it at all, you don't think it reflects the discussion, then we can scrap it. Message number 1, we should develop a culture about tools that can be adapted to optimize e-learning. Criteria of validating the use of a certain tool should include self-determination, digital autonomy and ethics, and human rights. Pedagogical objectives and the learning moment are also important factors in choosing a tool. I will now give you a few seconds. If someone objects very strongly, please let me know. I think we can go to message 2. It's important to know that the digital should adapt to the learner's needs, not the reverse. The tutors and the facilitators should have the digital skills to navigate through the digital, choose the best tool for their learners, and choose a tool that they can manipulate to their needs. All right, I hear no objections. Let's go with message 3. Education needs to evolve in terms of content, but also needs to safeguard the public values that we want to transfer. We need to ensure that we safeguard those public values and that they are not manipulated by the e-learning platforms and their embedded values. We need to ensure that the tools do not inherit the bias of the industry which developed the software. While I wait for your reaction to this message, I would just like to point out that I'm actually an employee of the Diplo Foundation, and we have been at online learning since 1994. So we decided to develop our own platform. It's solved the problem of the bias, but it's very resource draining. And we did contemplate having another platform, something that's more widespread like Moodle. And we decided that we're gonna keep ours because it definitely works for our needs. No objections to this message? Let's move forward. We need to build in the respect for digital autonomy of people in the foundational structure of the tools used for e-learning. We need to ensure that the tools are accommodating insecurity about our data, insecurity about our learning processes, loneliness, lack of socialization, and lack of interoperability with other tools. Okay, I can see nods. So let's move forward. This is something that Alex said at the very end. It is of essential importance to have a tool that makes the discovery of educational content easier, both for teachers and students, regardless of the platform on which the content is hosted. Okay, I can see nods again. That will be all from my side. Once again, EuroDIG will provide the details about the more fine-tuning of messages that will be possible after the conference is over. Back to Roberto.
Thank you, Adriana. Excellent reporting. Alex, I see your hand up. For a very short comment before we close.
Yes, thank you. Am I unmuted? Yes, I am. So I just wanted to say that with our work at Organization for Ethical Source, we are working towards a prototype of a very lightweight tool that with which we're trying to address most of these issues. So I would really like to collaborate potentially with all of you. So if you're interested in it, please reach out after the session so we can exchange contact information. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. And so that's the end of the session. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Speakers, audience, and the reporter, and everybody. And I give the floor back to Studio Trieste for closing this session. Thank you all.
Super. Thank you very much for this very interesting session. We're now in the coffee break up to 12:15, where we're going to have a workshop number 8 on international access to research content and sensitive data. So please relax and have a good coffee. Bye from Trieste.
Well, that long train's a running, coming around the bend. Well, that long train is running, I see it coming round the bend. Coming round the midnight blues train. Get on board.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So this is Roberto from Studio Trieste, who will assist technically for the session. Let me just read out the session rules. Please enter with your full name. To ask a question, raise hand using the Zoom function. You will be unmuted when the floor is given to you. When speaking, switch on the video, state your name and affiliation. Chat will not be stored or published. Do not share links to the Zoom meetings, not even with your colleagues. So let me now give the floor to Hendrik, who is the moderator of this session. Hendrik, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, thanks. I see nods. Welcome to this 1 hour roundtable on the subject of international access to research content and sensitive data. It will last for 1 hour between 12:15 and 1:15. And before I introduce the speakers, I'll give a brief overview of the format that we're hoping to have today. So first 5 minutes, which Roberto's just started, so thanks Roberto, and myself will give the introduction and the format, and I'll introduce the key speakers. And then after that, the 3 key panelists, should I say, or participants, are going to give a brief overview of this subject, especially regarding open science, research content, and the challenges and opportunities there are in opening up data in Europe and across the world. And they will each give a perspective on this subject for about 5 minutes with their own brief presentations. And following that, there will be 3 key questions, which I will just give verbally, and I'll ask each of the 3 key participants to give a brief response to the key questions before I open up the floor to everybody here in this room to have more of an open discussion. And that will last until 5 minutes before the close, because we will then be joined by, well, actually Marilia is here, Maria Maciel from the Geneva Internet Platform. And these representatives who have been throughout the EuroDIG conference are actually independent rapporteurs who will nicely condense and give a summary of the key points of this roundtable. And then they will go into the final EuroDIG report recommendations at the end of the conference. So that's quickly how the format of the next, now just under an hour will be. We have 3 excellent women today as our key panelists for this session. We have Ferrister Rafael Naja Fabedi from UNESCO. We have Sarah Jones from my institution, my organization, Géant. And we have Birgitte Kofod Olsen, who is a Danish lawyer, but also has done a PhD in biometrics, and she is going to be able to provide a very critical view of this subject. So what I think I will do is I will introduce Ferrister first, and then Ferrister, I'll ask you to present for your first 5 minutes, please. But Ferrister Rafael Naja Fabedi is an Associate Program Specialist at the Section of Science Policy and Partnerships in the Natural Sciences sector of UNESCO. Before joining UNESCO in 2019, she did her PhD in biophysics at the Biotechnology Center of the Technical University of Dresden and Max Planck Institute of Molecular Cell Biology and Genetics in Germany. And she got her Bachelor of Science in Physics from Tehran Polytechnic University in Iran. So Ferrister, very good to have you. And if I could please ask you to give your brief overview of the subject from UNESCO's perspective, I give the floor to you.
Sure, thanks a lot, Hendrik, and thanks for the invitation. May I share some slides?
Please.
I guess you see them. Do you?
Yeah.
Yes, perfect. So actually, like for me, when I think about the subject of international access to research content coming from UNESCO, I think the first question that comes to my mind is if we have enough international policies and frameworks for doing this. And I think from the beginning of open science movement, there has been many national or regional initiatives and agreements evolving, but so far we didn't have any international framework for doing open science. And this is something that the UNESCO member states have recognized in the last years. And this is why they tasked the organization to develop such international framework for open science. In the last General Conference of UNESCO in November 2019, the member states asked UNESCO to run a series of consultation with different groups of stakeholders of science and open science from different regions, and try to understand what is the common definition, challenges, and opportunities of open science. And this is what we have been doing since then, and we try to involve different groups of stakeholders from different regions, from different disciplines, and this led to a draft recommendation that was viewed by the member states in several steps. And in May 2021, and on 11th of May, after some days of discussion and negotiation, the text was approved by 100 member states of UNESCO with the view of its adoption to in the general conference, the next general conference of UNESCO. And just to briefly tell you what are the main aspects of this recommendation, as I said, it's an international framework for open science. And the specific characteristic of that is that it tries to recognize differences, disciplinary or regional differences in perspectives that stakeholders have to open science. One big aim of this recommendation is reducing digital and technological gaps between and within countries. And it provides the first common definition on open science and shared values and guiding principles that are internationally agreed. It also, at the end, it also suggests areas of actions for a fair and equitable way for putting open science in practice. I don't want to go more to details of that, but I invite you, if you're interested, to listen to my colleague's presentation on open science to leave no one behind, which is today at 2:15. But one important thing is that we know that open science movement from the beginning was driven by the developments in digitalization and internet. So this already tells us that for making open science practices, like for implementing them everywhere, we need to ensure that digital infrastructures are accessible for everyone. Wideband internet is accessible and reliable internet is accessible for everyone. And with this, I will go directly to the two areas of action that are recommended by the text, which are number 3 and 4, investing in open science infrastructures and investing in capacity building for open science. So this recommendation text is emphasizing that member states need to strategically and in a long-term view, with a long-term view, they need to invest in infrastructures for science, technology, and innovation. And the infrastructures that are listed specifically in the areas that are, I think, more relevant to our discussion today are public digital infrastructures that are based on open source. And I think open source characteristic of this infrastructures is very important because it makes them more trustable. It makes it possible for stakeholders from different regions and different disciplines to adopt the infrastructures to their needs, and also for everyone to participate in developing them. So these infrastructures, they need to be accessible for all, but at the same time, they need to be internationally interconnected and interoperable. And they need to be based on fair and care principles. Fair is to enable fair and care data stewardship, meaning that the data needs to be findable through these infrastructures, it needs to be accessible, it needs to be interoperable, and it needs to be reusable. And in the care principle, it needs to be to respect the collective benefit of the stakeholders. It needs to respect the authority to control, and it also needs to respect responsibility and ethics. Also these infrastructures need to be inclusive for different kind of digital objects that are important for science, including data sets, metadata, or codes or publications. So each of these may need to have some specific infrastructures. And at the end, it also needs to enable data stewardship for scientists of different disciplines. And of course, for all these infrastructures to develop, and also for scientists or those who support scientists to use them, we need to invest in capacity building for open science. We need to invest in human resources, training and education, and digital literacy. And I think for us today, one of the main take-home messages of the recommendation is that transforming scientific practice to adopt to the changes, challenges, opportunities, and risks of the 20th century digital era requires targeted research, education, and training in the skills required for these new technologies. So with this, I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer questions in the next stage. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Thursday. I really like what you've done there, because it really provides the groundwork, a solid base for this discussion to kind of, from those recommendations, to go into the real heart of this subject, which is the sensitivities around sensitive data or research data, and it has to be open for all, but it also has to be internationally connected. What are the challenges we face there? The recommendation will be officially adopted in November from UNESCO, am I correct?
Right, right.
Okay.
And the text will be available a bit earlier than that.
Okay, good. Well, I look forward to seeing it when I can. I think this is the good moment now to move from, we have a kind of intergovernmental institutional view of open science. We're now going to move towards the infrastructural perspective, which Thursday actually ended the presentation on, which I thought was very good. So I'd like to introduce the next speaker, Sarah Jones, who's a colleague of mine at JAIL. She's the EOSC Engagement Manager at JAIL, so the European Open Science Cloud Engagement Manager, where she works with NRENs, which are National Research and Education Networks, which are JAIL's membership base, on supporting open science. She is an information professional with over a decade working in research data services in the higher education sector. At the Digital Curation Center, she led the DMP online service and worked on consultancy and training. Sarah was rapporteur on the European Commission's Fair Data Expert Group and an independent expert on the EOSC Executive Board, chairing the Fair Working Group. And she now sits on the EOSC Association Board of Directors. So quite well qualified to speak about open science, I feel. And I won't waste any more time. Sarah, please, over to you for your thoughts on this subject.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Hendrik. And thanks, Thursday, as well. I think there was a nice segue between our talks, like Hendrik said. So when I was reading the brief for this session, the question that jumped out to me is Europe ready for open science? So that's what I'm going to reflect on and talk about the EOSC initiative around. So my answer to that is yes, we are ready for open science. There's been a huge amount of work that's been done in this space already. So the European Commission and the member states have been investing a lot of money in this over the years. This diagram comes from Michel Scoop from the European Commission, and he'd pulled together essentially all of the key activities that had happened around EOSC to make this feasible. So all of the council conclusions, all of the different expert groups that have been commissioned by the EC, all of the kind of key documents that have really set the framework for developing EOSC. And there have been major funding programs in various different projects and initiatives to build EOSC. Now, I'm conscious you might not all have heard this acronym before, so I wanted to flag what the European Open Science Cloud is. So that's what the acronym stands for. It's not really the best term because we aren't building a cloud infrastructure. I think maybe terming it something like a commons or a data commons is better, because what we're really trying to do is build a web of fair data and services. So we're trying to essentially have a core platform where we can federate research data from various different communities. We're working with the different research infrastructures in Europe for that, and also to bring together, have this exchange layer where we can have services from various different either commercial services or different services from universities or NRENs or whoever's offering data services, because we essentially want to build this environment in which researchers can access data, bring it together with different services to perform their analysis and to address the societal challenges. So this is really about the infrastructure layer that that Thursday was talking about. Now, EOSC by nature is a very complex and diverse initiative. It's kind of multi-everything. It's multi-stakeholder because we're working with all of the different member states, with the different funders and policy bodies in the member states, as well as all of the different infrastructure providers and research communities, universities in all of these different countries. And because it's across Europe and it's covering all the countries, we also have multiple languages. We're addressing all types of data, so from all different research disciplines. And I think one thing that's important for the discussion here today is that it's not just open data. That's a bit of a misnomer in the EOSC title. It is covering sensitive data and data that has to be shared under certain restrictions. So all of these layers add complexity. But the key point I'd like to make in this talk is that sensitive data can still be shared. We just have to be careful about how we share it, under what conditions and with whom. And I think as Thursday also pointed out, one of the key principles we work to is FAIR. So making data findable, accessible, interoperable and reusable. And I think some of those common principles that we document data so people can find it, but also can understand and reuse the data. We should be placing it in repositories, or in the case of sensitive data, we might need to use secure data services. So we have much tighter restrictions around the access. We should always be licensing the data, so it's clear who can use it and under what conditions. And again, here with sensitive data, we maybe need to be more careful. It's a limited cohort that can use that data or only for particular purposes. In all cases, we should be assigning persistent identifiers because that helps us discover data. It helps us identify, where the data set's from. It also helps us track impact. We can see who's reusing data, and that's important for the recognition and rewards for researchers. And in the case of sensitive data, we may need to de-identify, anonymize, aggregate the data before we're sharing. But we still can share data, and we do have infrastructure that enables that. So I think following these principles about making data fair and applying appropriate, conditions on access is all we need to be doing. Now, the final point I wanted to make is really a plea to policymakers, funders, or different service providers. I was recently at home, and my dad has a really exotic plant growing out of his drive. It's self-seeded from a neighbor's garden. And my dad's very much a live and let live person. He was like, well, if the plant wants to grow there, I'll let it grow there. And I think we need to approach the research community in the same kind of way. Research communities have their existing practices. They do what's natural to them. And we shouldn't be trying to change that, because openness and collaboration is at the heart of science. Researchers do want to share their data. They do work internationally. And I think if we build the right kind of infrastructure that actually meets those research communities' needs and workflows, it will be adopted and it will be used. So I think we just have to be mindful of existing practices and working alongside those. And that hopefully is within 5 minutes, Hendrik.
Yeah, I think you did very well there, Sarah. I think that's 5 minutes. Thank you so much. I really like the analogy of your father and the plant being compared to European researchers. I think it's a good one. Makes it very, very human. So thanks for that. I have a bunch of questions, but as the clock is ticking, I think it's nicer to have our third and final presentation, and then we can all dive down into the questions. So without further ado, I'll introduce our third key participant, which is Brigitte Kofod Olsen, and she is a Danish lawyer anchored in EU law and with a PhD in privacy and biometrics. She has worked with privacy and data protection in business and building administration for more than 25 years. As a partner in the Copenhagen-based Carve Consulting, she is now focusing on integrating GDPR and data ethics in operations and research and development in large corporations, as well as the public health sector and research projects. She is a member of a number of advisory boards and panels on new technology and data ethics, and was co-founding the Think Do Tank Data Ethics in 2015, where she serves as chairperson. So Brigitte, it's a pleasure to have you here, and I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. And I guess you can see my presentation.
I definitely can.
Yeah. So I, of course, well, not of course, but I would like to say that I agree very much with both Sarah and Trieste that yes, we are ready for open access to science data. Content and sensitive data. The question is, how do we do it? And I think that when we look at the setting, the context that we have right now in a digitized working environments, we have immense amounts of data. We have artificial intelligence and machine learning to use as analytical tools, but also we have this intensified exposure of people's private life, their health status, their behavior, their relations, and so forth. So it does require a lot of considerations when opening up for accessing research data and also health data. And I think we could be, from my perspective as a human rights lawyer, I see 3 guiding principles that could show us in the right direction. And that would be, for instance, in connection with the setting up of this open science cloud solution, but also in what UNESCO is working on, the capacity building within this area. And I think there are 3 really important aspects here to integrate in these developing processes. And one is to actually use the existing legal frameworks for exploring data in a new way. I think that we have a very solid legal framework right now. I'll show you in a minute. And I think it is possible to maneuver within that framework also in order for us to explore data in new ways. Another guiding principle, I think, is to use available technologies that will help ensure that our fundamental rights and freedoms are protected in this new environment where we want to exploit and explore data, and that we have to use those technologies to make analytical work, research work more efficient, but also with an overall aim of having them benefiting all of us. And then I think a third principle that could guide the development in this area, it would be actually to have as a starting point that the interests and welfare of the human beings shall prevail over the sole interest of society and science. And that may sound a bit too much, perhaps, that we say it's always about the individual. Science comes next, so does societal interest. But it's actually expressed in a legally binding convention from 1997, the Council of Europe Convention on Human Rights and Biomedicine. And in that convention, it is actually stated in Article 2 that we have this human primacy when working with biomedicine, and we have to let the primacy be given to the human interest rather than to science and society. Also, we have, as you all know, the EU Treaty, the Charter of Fundamental Rights, and also the European Convention on Human Rights. When we move to the international level, we of course also have all the international human rights conventions. But what we have in Europe is this operationalization of fundamental rights into the GDPR on protection of data, personal data, and the e-privacy directive on privacy protection online. And if we look into the future, the near future, we'll also have a new EU regulation on AI, that will also have an impact on this area, especially because it will regulate risk and governance measures. So I think we do have a very solid legal framework already now, and I think it also fits the idea of having open access to research content and sensitive data. We just have to use it, and perhaps also to use it in a more innovative way than we usually would do. And I have tried to illustrate it here. How is it that we can operationalize the existing legal framework in this open science context? And if we look at from a fundamental rights perspective, we would have to stress, ensure the dignity of persons, their self-autonomy, privacy, data protection, all other human rights, fundamental rights, including non-discrimination. We would have a request for equality and sustainability that would have to be built in open science infrastructures and capacity building. We can do that. I think that the tool for this is already there. It's the design by design processes. We talk about security by design, data ethics by design, privacy by design, fundamental rights by design, and we have to find ways to build this into the system that is going to open up for access to data. And there is a Norwegian guideline on this where they explain different design patterns, where you can actually, through the design of systems, of software, of cloud solutions, you can ensure that the data is minimized and limited, that you hide it and protect it, and that you, for instance, have separate storage, that you aggregate, as was also a principle in the EuroDIG initiative that Sarah talked about, that everything is privacy by default, that you inform, that is made part of the system design also, that you have this possibility to control both accountability and transparency. That was also in the FAIR principle, some of it, and you can actually demonstrate that you have done all this. So I think by integrating the logic, the thinking, the protection mechanisms that we have within that has been expressed in the legal framework, we can actually have a very strong basis for sharing data among a wider group of people, at the same time as ensuring that anonymization, aggregation, re-identification is not only used as measures when it's needed, as you said, Sarah, in your presentation, but simply that they are there by default. And so I think anonymity is one of the key aspects, the key technologies that we should use in the way forward to ensure that open access does not have a negative impact on fundamental rights. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Birgitte. I firstly want to thank you for the slide where you actually very concretely showed the different regulations and legislation in place which do actually govern our data rights as EU citizens. Because I work in, I'm at JL, I do public affairs, so I'm always looking at regulations and laws and legislation. And it's the first time I've ever seen a nice map where I actually know where I can look at each of these regulations. So thank you very much for that. So we're now moving on to the second part of the workshop, roundtable, should I say. And the first question, which I would like each of the key participants to talk for just a minute on, perhaps, if they can keep it to that, and then I can ask some follow-up questions. I think, Birgitte, you've almost answered the first question in a sense, because the first question is, are the laws restricting the transmission of sensitive and research content online in Europe still fit for purpose? Now, if I understood your presentation correctly, I think you would say, yes, they are still fit for purpose, but there's upcoming legislation and regulation. So maybe I can see that the AI regulation is coming up, and maybe Birgitte, you can start off with a comment on that, on what we have to be careful for in the future.
Yeah, it's of course very much focused on the use of algorithms and the use of AI for new analytical purposes. And I think especially for it creates a new awareness, also requirements, of course, but awareness about governance structures, data management models. How do we move about in order to being able to demonstrate what you're actually doing, to explain what you are actually doing, and that will, of course, also influence this area. But I think one thing that I perhaps didn't say very clearly before was that I actually think there was one issue that has not been covered by legislation yet, and it's not part of the AI regulation either. And it's the whole the concept of re-identification. I mean, one thing is that we anonymize, but we all know that anonymization is not very strong as soon as you start combining your data with other data sources. And actually back in 2018, the German Commission on Data Ethics, they came out with a huge report, and they suggested a prohibition against re-identification. I haven't seen any initiatives within the EU or Council of Europe that moved down that road. But I think that it is something that we have to discuss and debate and to find out how can we do this? Because when we have access to all this data, then of course people will start using data from the cloud solution or from the infrastructures together with other data sets. And what happens then if you can actually re-identify specific persons? So I think that is not covered by legislation yet.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I understand correctly, re-identification is the data is essentially anonymized, but if you can match parts of data together to see a common trend, then you can actually figure out where the source of the data is from. So that's something I wasn't aware of. So thank you very much. Sarah, what's your opinion?
Yeah, so I'm not a legal expert, so I will definitely deflect that part of the question and defer to Birgitte. But from my experience, I think we placed too much focus on not being able to share sensitive data. So it can be shared, but under the right conditions. So in anonymized form, with appropriate consent agreements. Often, like researchers won't always seek consent for sharing because they're just thinking about doing their own research. So you need to get consent for that too. And maybe to a restricted groups. Or it's interesting because I'd also noted this identification issue. So maybe we need checks on the reuse of the data. And sometimes when you're using secure data services, before a publication is made of the kind of analysis that researchers done, the service will actually check that there isn't any inappropriate use, like re-identifying individuals. So I think, like Birgitte, I haven't seen a legal response to that issue, but I would hope that we can also address it in the terms of use. When researchers come to use data, they have to agree, a set of terms of use, and part of that can be that they're not going to combine data sets and identify and re-identify individuals, and that they're going to follow good ethical research practice. And all researchers should be following that anyhow, because there are these codes of conduct in all universities. So yeah. I think the key point that I'd like to make is that we can share sensitive data. We just have to be more careful about how and with whom, and make sure that the reuse is appropriate.
Thank you very much. Before I open the floor, we already have a raised hand, so that's good. I need to come to Thursday on this topic. If you have any observations on whether the current laws, and I guess we are talking about Europe as this is EuroDIG, but I know that UNESCO is completely international, so perhaps the current legislative frameworks across the world, how do you feel, are they fit for purpose on this subject?
So both, especially for Europe and also internationally, I'm also not a legal expert, but for this question, I want also to talk about my own experience when I was a scientist. I think what is more restricting the transition to opening scientific content is not the legislations. I think lack of awareness and lack of dialogue between the scientists and policymakers is more of the issue, as Sarah also referred to that. There are there are practices in the scientific community and there are policies, but I don't think that there is enough understanding or dialogue between these two sides. And I think most of the scientists in Europe also are not aware of possibilities for sharing their data and their research content. And I think this is something that specifically a scientist needs to know from the early stages of their development of their scientific project. So I think this is more of a restriction than the laws that I'm not completely aware of.
Thank you very much. I'm already feeling very happy that we have our representative from the Geneva Internet Platform, because I'm hearing so many clear recommendations for already, which is exactly what we want from this discussion. So we have people who want to talk in the room. I see two raised hands, one from Alka and one from Marianne. I will just go down the order of which I see the raised hands. So Alka, we'll start with you, and then we'll have Marianne.
Thank you very much, Hendrik, and thank you very much, everybody, for your clear presentation. And this presentations and also your discussion now really touch upon a topic that really needs to be discussed, in my opinion. Myself, I'm a big supporter of open standards and open data, and having the possibility of sharing data and with whatever you like, actually. However, for me, it's to understand the business model of open data in this research environment, because I can imagine that most research can be publicly funded. Now, if that's the case, I can imagine you be more easy to share it. But if it's privately funded, I can also imagine that destroys the business model of the researcher and the research itself. And I can imagine that afterwards, if you want to be publishing this, this data can already be outdated, for instance. So what's your opinion on that? I guess, Sarah, this is a question for you, maybe.
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat the end of that? Because I didn't quite follow.
Yeah, so if the research is publicly or privately funded, can the business model be destroyed by publishing and being open about this data that's been gathered, or does that conflict with the business model in principle?
Yeah, so I think this is one of the challenging things with the commercial sector, because people feel like you have to not make the data open, to get the business benefit from it, and people are kind of reticent to share. But there was an interesting study that was done by, it was the Landsat data, so satellite data in the US. And initially they used to charge, if you wanted to see any of those images, you had to pay per image. And what they found was that actually it was a lot of researchers that were on NSF funded grants that were getting grant money to pay to access the data and reuse it. And they thought, okay, we should just make it publicly available, because we're just moving funds from one public pot to another public pot. So they made it available, and then actually the return on investment was huge. It was something like, I don't know, several-fold. I've got the stats on some slide. I can share them with you at some point. Because what happened when they made that content openly available is that it generated lots of reuse. So many businesses were set up, lots of startups could actually use that data and produce, new kind of software tools around that data. Lots of other kind of sectors that they weren't expecting to pick up on that data picked up on it. So I think in some senses, it does destroy the business model, but also there's a huge new business model to being open. So I think sometimes it's a leap of faith, and I can understand that people don't always like a change of the status quo, but I think there is a huge benefit to being open. And certainly when we're thinking more about just what's important for science as a whole, if we are closed with things, we're slowing everything down. We're making it harder for us to actually perform our science. So being open has a huge benefit for society at large, but also for industry. So I think there's a much bigger kind of economic return as well as social return.
Thank you, Sarah, for answering Alka's question so eloquently. I would like to give the floor to Marianne Franklin, who's had her hand raised. There we
Hi,
go.
thanks everyone. Such an important panel, and I really wish there were 10 times more people here listening to this, and as I've just put this on the chat, I'm not going to speak to all this, but the issues here are enormous and the ramifications. So Sarah, your metaphor with your dad's plant is very, very apt. My first point is, what do we mean by openness? Openness is a very relative concept. When it comes to public health crises that we're living in, yes, all this makes sense, totally in place and important. So when it comes to hard data, such as survey data, biometrics, the sorts of things that the COVID-19 pandemic response needs, we all know intuitively that sharing is the first premise. Okay, but anybody know, and we also, my big issue is, how are these high-level frameworks, which I totally support, and the spirit of them I support, and how do all these allusions to fundamental rights and principles, or existing human rights law, to privacy, to the right to information, the right to education, these are all very high level principles. How do we bring this down? What are these frameworks? What are the people behind these frameworks, the organizations behind these frameworks, whether they be international organizations, or various sorts of NGOs or think tanks? How are you bringing this down into the research institution? This isn't just about hard science in the lab, or physics, or biology, or chemistry. I have students conducting surveys using commercial tools with no idea about where the tool is keeping the data they're gathering, about quite sensitive issues. I work officially in an arts and humanities faculty, though I've worked in social sciences as well. And I've worked in engineering schools. So, I mean, some of these data are very sensitive in terms of attitudes around social mores. So how do we bring these high-level frameworks? How do we operationalize these so that actually research committee chairs, senior managements, so I see you all grinning, humble supervisors for even undergraduate dissertations, how do we get people to realize that anonymization is very relative as well as openness, as we enter an era where our national organizations are making it mandatory to have the data, whatever it may be, so-called open access. So this is the point that Alka's bringing up to my mind. You know, what is open access, open standards, and open data? I think open means various things. So yeah, and also the cost. The cost, who pays? I mean, who owns the data in the first place? Actually, technically, it's the researcher, and it's not even me as a researcher. It's the person I interview whose data I actually am a guardian of. So effectively, they own the data. They permit me to use the interview material, the survey data I gather. So there's enormous issues at the real coalface of research that is not just about labs, which are much tighter and more regulated, thank goodness. But when we get into the sort of looser, more relaxed social sciences and arts and humanities, these issues start to become extremely pressing. Huge question, huge comment. I'm just interested in having any comments. We cannot resolve it today. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sarah, fine.
Yeah, no, I was going to say I sympathise. I come from an arts and humanities background as well. And I think, you know, it's all well and good having these policies and principles, but actually people will do what works on the ground. So they will use, you know, commercial tools, or they use SurveyMonkey or wherever, or we'll use Google Docs because it's readily accessible and it's free and it's easy. And you don't, you know, you might not have control over where the data is stored or how it's reused. I think the real thing about how we implement these policies and make sure they're actually followed, you have to have support services in place. You can't just have a policy, you know, it's as good as just like putting it in the drawer, because unless there's something there that actually enables somebody to follow it, they're not going to follow it. It has to fit researchers' working practices, like I said on that last slide. and we have to have the right kind of infrastructure and support in place so that it makes it easy for somebody to follow the policy. So I think that's the main point. How you do that is quite difficult because you have to, you know, make the case to the PVC for research, or, you know, the finance group at the university, and get the investment so that there is support. And arts and humanities are usually like the least well-resourced departments. So even if there is a solution, it might be better fitting to other disciplines, not to the arts and humanities. So you may still end up having people subverting the system and just doing what is easy and works. So I think it's quite a challenging thing, but we have to address the culture as well as the technology side and make sure there's appropriate provision in place.
Thanks, Sarah. Birgitta or Thursday, if you have any other reflections on Marianne's comprehensive question, please go ahead. And then I will go on to Jacques, who has a hand raised.
Yeah, I feel like mentioning as a lawyer that I mean, you should be aware of the GDPR. It is that regulation is actually operationalizing the fundamental rights that are relevant in an online society, in a digitalized age. And so the problem lies actually with the university and the research institutions. They have to ensure, they must ensure that the researchers, that the students work in compliance with the requirements in the GDPR. And that's why I find it so important that also in the UNESCO capacity building activities that these requirements for using data, that it's purpose specific, that you cannot share it actually with everyone you want to. It has to be purpose specific processing. You have to ensure data minimization. You have to ensure pseudonymization or anonymization if necessary. So I think it's a problem with the research community that these rules that are already there and existing and legally binding, that they are not implemented, that they are not maintained, and that the students are not taught how to collect data. Because it's not enough to say, I don't know where data is, I just use commercial tools. Commercial tools can be okay, but you have to ensure that data is not stored in China, that you have a data processing agreement if necessary, that you have transfer tools in place and so forth. So there's a lot to do in the research environment, I think, in research institution at the universities. Whereas in the private sector, I mean, most companies by now, they have these things in place. They may not be 100% efficient, but they are there, and they have their data processing officers, data protection officers who are reviewing and controlling that everything is in compliance. So that's just to encourage you to take that with you into the research environment and tell people how they are going, how they are expected to collect and process data, and especially sensitive data.
Hendrik, could I just correct something briefly? Yes, point taken. Yes, this is mandatory. This is a regulation. So GDPR is in place. Compliance is more than GDPR. So this question is taking as given that the GDPR is in place. We're talking about the nature of openness within a GDPR framework in practice. So I take your point, but rest assured, the institution in which I work is very well aware of GDPR, even if the compliance is what we could call thin compliance.
Yeah, but could I just add to that if you look at the GDPR, then you will see that it has as a purpose to protect all fundamental rights. It's not only about data protection. So when you do your risk assessments, when you do your data impact assessments, then you actually come around the whole set of human rights and fundamental rights, also to ensure that your analytical tools are not creating bias, for instance, and other discriminatory effects. So when you work with GDPR, you actually work with the whole set of fundamental rights and also the right to respect for dignity.
Thank you very much. First, okay, we have 5 minutes left before I have to. I've been a terrible chair. It's been too interesting for me to give this too much structure. I'm sorry. I'll get back to how we can fix that later. I think we need Thursday very quickly, and then Jack.
Okay, I would just add some to emphasize on some of the points, and I think Marina, these are very relevant points that you mentioned. I just want to mention that all the stakeholders who participated in this developing the recommendation, they are aware, also member states, that open science is not free science. And that's why the recommendation is inviting or recommending the member states to invest at least 1% of their GDP in science, and in like the science funders to include all the costs for open science in this. And so open science is not free, but it's shown, at least in Europe, and especially for fair data, that investing in open science, open data, or fair data pays back. And I think these are like successful practices that Europe recently had, and it's very important to share that with developing countries, and also for like to make sure how at the level of at the level of scientists, these things can be implemented. I think to ensure this, the most important is to involve scientists in developing this framework. So then they can implement it. But if it's coming from another board, it's not easy to implement. Thanks.
Okay, I'm a co-secretary of the Swiss IGF, and I'd like to share with you the outcome of our discussion we had just last week at the Swiss IGF on the interesting question whether we used digitalization enough in the COVID crisis. And we had participants from all corners, including the pharmaceutical industry. And what came out in the end, and we also have it in our messages, that it's not only about education, where I think I can fully concur with that's been said before, for the science community, but also about for regulators, and in particular data protection authorities, that there is some kind of a struggle between fundamental rights in a sense of data protection, but also right to health and to well-being. And this should not be underestimated in the overall discussion. I personally experienced it when negotiating under the roof of the Council of Europe on the health data recommendation, that there it was very biased, the discussion, in favor of data protection. And actually other rights, such as I pointed out, health well-being, are somehow neglected. So I think we need to educate not only scientific community about GDPR and so on, but on the other hand, also educate regulators of all colors that there is a multi-goal agenda at play, also in the European Union.
Thank you very much, Jack. Well, that's good. Thanks for bringing the Swiss IGF perspective here, because this is going to make a part of the recommendations too. So that bias is something that it's very good to pick up on and spread that message. So thank you. I have a question in the chat for, I think, where are we? Marco Lotti, who's also our rapporteur for today, but he has a question first. If we overrun by a few minutes, that's fine actually, because it's running into the break. So Marco, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I just had a couple of quick reflections on the exchange that took place, especially because the Geneva Internet Platform, which I'm part of, is based in Geneva. And since there are many research institutions here, the issues that we're discussing today are absolutely relevant, but are also not uncommon. So my two reflections were on these two issues. One is type of data at stake, and second of all, which part of the data cycle are we considering? Why is I mentioning this? Because and this is a general question, since I don't have a legal background. Some legal references and frameworks were cited and were quoted, but one of the challenges that the institutions here in Geneva are complaining about, if I can say so, are it depends what type of data we are talking about. If I'm a health institution, it's a different type of let's say rational. If I'm dealing with weather, it's different. If I'm the CERN and I'm dealing with sharing research results about physics particles, it's different. So my question would be, are there actually can all these principles be applied a little bit regardless of the type of scientific data that we can take into consideration? Also, because today we talk about scientific data as a general label, but we didn't specify again what type of data. Second point is, I mentioned what type of the data life cycle. Again, when it comes to the legal framework, another thing that has emerged in the discussions in Geneva is regarding what type of legal framework we can apply when it comes to the collection, when it comes to the analysis, and when it comes to the sharing of data, because there are limits to the existing provisions depending on which phase of the data cycle you are in. So my question would be, since some of you are part of scientific institutions, is there a dialogue, or are there places where scientific institutions that deal with different type of data come together and at least can exchange on best practices? I know that it's trying to happen here in Geneva, but it's not always easy because, for example, the CERN doesn't see any interest in talking with the meteorological organization. And when they meet, they realize that, guess what, they find the same challenges. But this is all from my side for the moment, and it's just on general reflections. Thank you.
So,
you want me to make a start?
Yeah, Sarah, please.
So in terms of the type of data, there's lots of reasons data might be sensitive, but I would maybe draw a differentiation between data that's about individuals. So that has something to do with the human subject, whether it be, you know, their personal details or things about their opinions and views or whatever, their medical data, because I think that's really where you have more sensitive concerns and where you have to handle the data a lot more carefully. You know, the data that we get out of the Large Hadron Collider doesn't have those kind of issues. So it's a lot easier to share it. We don't have the same sensitivities. And then the second question was about the stage of like the research life cycle. I think there's a lot of good practices out there about how you even begin to plan your research, how you think about like the right methodology to apply. Obviously, if you're dealing with sensitive data or working with human subjects, you need to plan a lot more in advance because you need to have your consent agreements to make sure you have, you know, the right to collect that information, that you're storing that information appropriately, that it's not going to be, you know, people accessing it who shouldn't have access to it while you're processing and analyzing the data. And then obviously you need the permission to share it and share it under appropriate licenses. There's a lot of good practice from the social science community in particular on that. So there's a network called CESDA, which is the kind of research infrastructure for the social sciences. And other groups, I mean, where I formerly worked before I came to Géant was a group called the Digital Curation Center. They also publish lots of good practice on how to manage and share data and the things that different researchers need to consider at each stage.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Birgitte, perhaps?
Yeah, from a legal perspective, then you would talk about personal data and then non-personal data. There is an EU regulation that sets up requirements on how to handle data sets where you have both types of data. But personal data or personally identifiable data, that's a term you use in the US, is data where you at some point can identify the person whose data it is, or the person that the data will reveal something about. And as soon as you have personal data, then you have this risk for impacting their fundamental rights. And what is important to know today is that a lot of data is actually personal data. So your number plate, for instance, would be personal data because it's possible to link the number plate to your name and address. The data that you get from the electricity grid, showing how much energy I use on a daily basis, that can be analyzed and used for actually defining how many people are living in my household. Are they men or women? And when do we go to work? When do we go off to vacation? That is things that can be uncovered by using electricity consumer data. And if you do that, then it's personally, you can identify the persons, and that makes it personal data. So that is when you look at it from a legal perspective and an EU law perspective. Then concerning the life cycle, when we talk about processing of data, then it covers the whole life cycle from collection to analyzing, to uploading, to storing, to disclosing, to accessing, to even to deletion. That is also part of the concept of processing. So you would say that regulation protecting data privacy, fundamental rights, that could cover the whole life cycle of data, but only if it's personal data.
Oh, thanks, Birgitta. It's a pleasure to have someone clearly describe very complex issues for at least my ears. So thank you very much. Thursday, if you have any view on Marco's question, you would have the final word, but then I have to be very boring and start wrapping up the session after that.
I think all the important things are told, so I leave the floor to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, well, as I said, we only managed to ask one question, and we had another question based on the geographical context of how data should be shared, and also the pitfalls of Europe opening up too early and too quickly for open science, which I feel is, that's there's a lot of premise in that question, which would have been interesting to unpack, but we have run out of time. So I'll give some closing remarks after Marco's summary. So Marco, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much. As was mentioned before, I'm one of the GIP rapporteurs for this EuroDIG event. So we will publish the reports from this session and all the other sessions on our website, dig.watch, if you want the direct URL. So if you're interested in other sessions, you'll find the summaries there that my colleagues have written up. Another task that we were asked to do was not an easy one. Try to summarize in each session in 3, maximum 4 messages, the essence of the discussion, and if possible, include some takeaways. I was able to try to condense all of what that was mentioned today into 4 messages. And this moment is just for me to read them aloud and see if there is more or less a rough consensus. It's not to go into UN voting mode. We don't have the time for that. Knowing that what I've written is not set in stone, the EuroDIG Secretariat would also send you the link to a common collaborative platform where you can edit these messages and comment on them afterwards. So again, I will read the first message and see whether you agree or not. Despite many existing regional and local initiatives for open science, international frameworks for open science are only partially being developed. UNESCO has actively and recently taken steps in this direction. This is, among things, due to cooperation issues. Different stakeholders have, of course, different views and interests, but also to logistical issues. Could be a matter of digital divide or resources available. So more work has to be done in this regard, especially at the international level, to ensure that we can all benefit from open science. This was a first message that was capturing the introductory part of the event. Is there any strong opposition to what you see on the board?
Not a strong opposition, but this can be interpreted that like the differences in perspectives can make this impossible or difficult. But I think there are some common interests and common values that also in the recommendation the focus is on this. And I think despite all the differences, it is possible to find common areas between different disciplines and regions. And I think for the beginning of this process, we can start with the common areas, and then this helps also to find solutions for more tricky parts or disciplines or, yeah. So this is what the recommendation is trying to do, to find the common areas.
Okay.
And maybe a slight follow-on from Thursday there, that I think there's quite a lot of international frameworks in particular research disciplines. So if we think about groups like astronomy, for example, they've set up, the way that they make all their data interoperable internationally. So there's already a very strong framework for open science there that's implemented across that whole field. So I think we want to be careful that we say, international frameworks are only now partially developed, because I think a lot of research communities are already quite advanced in that field, and the work UNESCO has done is also fantastic here. But I think maybe emphasizing that there's already quite a lot that we're building off, and that there's more to do on the policy side and the implementation side, but there's already quite a lot happening around open science.
Okay, I totally agree.
Well noted. So the two modifications that I will make it are precisely in this direction. First of all, to stress that there is a lot already out there internationally on this regard. That regards it pertains specific research niches or fields. If more work has to be done, it has to start, or to overcome the existing challenges, we can start from the common values and principles which exist and which are out there. So I'll modify the message along these lines. If we can go to the second message. This focuses more on the infrastructure level. So on the infrastructure level, the main challenges are twofold, among things. As the EOSC case shows, a part of the challenges is linked to the development of platforms and services and their related funding that allow for an open environment. So on the one side, we have the technical layer. We need to have those platforms. On the other hand, security remains the main concern, especially in the case of cloud solutions. As a big part of the data at stake is sensitive or can be sensitive, good security practices need to be put into place at the technical level and thought of since the design of such platforms. Could be restriction of the access, licensing of the data, assigning PIDs, and anonymization of the data. So as you can see, this message wanted just to touch upon the technical discussions that we had, breaking it down a little bit on the infrastructure itself. Do we have a platform, and what can we do when it comes to security at the infrastructure level? The third message will actually consider legal frameworks. Are there any comments on this message?
Looks like you got away with that one, Marco.
Okay, that's good to hear. We can go to the third message then. Ensuring security and trust is not only a technical matter, but also a legal one. In the existing legal framework, there are already good and solid principles regulating access and sharing of data. The COE Convention on Human Rights and Biomedicine, the EU's GDPR and the draft on AI regulation. In any case, to ensure the maximum respect of individuals' human rights, the interest and welfare of the human beings shall prevail over the sole interest of society and science. So as you can see, this message focuses on the legal framework. Maybe it can be edited a little bit when I say regulating access and sharing of data. Since following up on the discussion, I can just put processing of data, so it comprises all the phases. And I just want to check if you agree roughly with this message.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Marco, I know how deceptively difficult that is to condense all this information. So thank you so much.
There is a last message.
Oh, there's one more. Okay,
yes.
Sorry.
We can. It can be also taken away if you don't agree. But if we can just go to the last one, it just condenses. It should be, yes, I can see it in the slides. Yeah. However, so it's a little bit of a negative remark to the previous message. However, how to operationalize such legal principles still remains an issue, especially when it comes to what type of data is at stake and at which part of the data cycle the activity takes place. In this regard, it is essential for institutions to put into place internal solid support systems that can support the scientific research, both in terms of financial and legal support. So from the finance and legal side, this try to a little bit concentrate and in a nutshell the Q&A, but let me know if there are any comments.
So sorry, Brigitte, do you want to go first?
No, you can just go ahead.
So I completely agree with this. The other thing that really struck me in the conversation was the need for kind of legislators, policymakers to liaise with research communities, because I think when we're putting legal frameworks in place, we need to also understand the research need and try and make sure that there's a two-way dialogue there. So that might be worth trying to reflect in this final point.
absolutely.
I can fully echo the need for dialogue, but what is lacking for me is somehow the buzzword education. So, but of course, there's not a big way from dialogue to education. But what we discovered at the Swiss IGF was really that people just are either on the one side or the other side, but they just don't know enough to tackle this difficult topic. So we could smuggle in somewhere buzzword education would be nice.
Perhaps raise awareness. Would that work for you, Jacques?
Oh, would be great as well.
Yeah.
Just education. This is a buzzword I universally understood. Yeah. Raising awareness is for me a little bit too much policy.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
You're raising awareness. You'll find it. Yeah.
Maybe
raising awareness through education. I mean. Yeah, I take the points. I think I just want to say, I said it on the chat that Marco's done a brilliant job with the messages. They're usually too short, but these are just perfect, capturing quite complex issues. Yeah, I'd like to see the tablets come down from the top of the mountain to meet the general populace. I mean, I've taken a very sort of negative view from the point of view of everyday practice because I have to educate all the time. So yeah, I think we're hopefully can continue this conversation. But so yeah.
Thanks, Marianne. Birgitta?
Yeah, I just on that note, Marianne, I think it's important here to mention that it's not the operationalization of legal principles because that has already been done. Also in practice in court decisions from the Court of Justice in Luxembourg and the Human Rights Court in Strasbourg. So what is important is actually to say that it's the implementation in everyday practice that is lacking.
Yes, point taken, correct. I agree.
Yes, and I think for that implementation, then we need to emphasize that investing and education and raising awareness is very important. So I think we already have some answers how to operational, it's like very difficult for me to put it in place, but we need to invest in it. It's not achievable in like overnight.
And then I'd like to concur in the sense that raising awareness is well, it's also scaring researchers. They know about the legal framework. They make a big detour around it, if ever possible, which is somehow not in the best interest of society. So it's about making understanding, well, or educating in the sense of making understand why the regulations are there. This is what you like to emphasize.
Yes, sorry. I think a part of that is that there is not enough incentive for the scientists to do so. Otherwise, they would do that.
Right.
Thank you very much, Jacques and Thursday. Marco, I'm sorry I cut you off too earlier, but I see that your screen has gone down, so I presume that's all of the messages displayed and adjusted. Before I let everybody go, Marco, do you know, or maybe Roberto, you're better to answer this, how and when we'll see the final recommendations?
I think it will take a couple of days. Well, actually, this is the last day. Maybe the day after tomorrow, and then there will be the possibility of fine-tuning further the messages.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. So thank you, Marco, for a job well done. And I want to thank everybody who's attended because the conversation has been fantastic. And despite, I completely agree with Marianne, I think there should be at least 10 times as many people here considering how good the quality of the conversation was. And I also really want to thank the key participants who I think bounced off each other really, really well with their different perspectives. So thank you very much. I wrote in the chat that if you want to stay in touch, and it seems, because having done this, I know that I'm going to do exactly the same thing next year with more time. And I think I'd really enjoy that. If you want to stay in touch in the meantime, because it'd be a shame to wait for a year, please send me an email. I put it in the chat, hendrik.eijk@jail.org. And once again, all I can say is thank you, and thank you for the organizers, Roberto, thank you, Marco, for the very good condensing of the points, and thank you, everyone.
Yeah, and thanks to you too, Hendrik, for chairing. It's been a really interesting discussion.
It's been fun too. It's been good.
Thanks a lot, everyone.
So, Roberto, I guess from EuroDIG itself, is there anything else we need to convey before I close the session?
No, there's nothing. I need to make a quick announcement. In the amphitheater, a big stage presentation is going on, has already started. And then the new appointment is at 14:15 for the keynote presentation on open science done by Anna Persic, UNESCO. Thank all for participating, and I think that I can close the session and go to the music background for the break.
Great, time to dance.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Everyone.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Okay, welcome back from our lunch break, and we are going to continue with our program. And I would like to call to Studio Brügges. Nadia, can you hear us?
Hello, Sandra. Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful, but I don't see you yet. Now we can see you. Wonderful. And I see that our next keynote speaker is also in the room already, which is Anna Persic from UNESCO. And Anna will give us, I wouldn't call it keynote, but I would call it rather a presentation. Anya, can you unmute yourself and speak to us?
Yes, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, Anna, not so well. Your audio is a bit faint. Maybe you can get closer to the mic.
Closer. It should work like this.
Okay. Anna, let me ask you, will you be willing to take some questions after your presentations from the audience?
Of course.
Okay, that's very good. Because Anna's presentation is of particular interest for the scientific community, which is our co-host in Trieste, and which we are going to visit next year, hopefully. It's about open science and to leave no one behind. And I was told that what UNESCO has developed in this respect is kind of a paradigm shift in terms of how to use and share science data, research data. And I had the pleasure already to follow a presentation that you gave at ICTP. And I found this is in particular also relevant when it comes to the digital component for our internet governance audience. And I think it's always good to have this fruitful exchange between the communities. So therefore, we are very happy to have you here in opening our afternoon program. And after Anna's keynote, we will continue with our last focus session on European media landscape, how to create a trusted and public sphere. We also have 2 sessions, 2 workshops that are related to economic and innovation issues. And we are very happy that we can cooperate with a Chamber of Commerce. In this respect, the Chamber of Corsesa, but also the Euro Chambers. And we have another workshop that is picking up the topic of COVID that we had already discussed on day 0. And a very forward-looking technology, the delay-tolerant network, will then conclude our day. After this, after we have finished our session, I will be back together with Thomas, and we will welcome the next IGF host from Poland. And we will give you a nice farewell. Be surprised, we have prepared something funny. So I ask you not to switch off your cameras and leave the room immediately after the last session, but please stay for the closing of the day. It won't take you very long. And without further ado, I would like to hand over to Anna Persic to give us the presentation. And Anna, once you're ready, our studio host Nadia and together with Yuzo, they will pick up the questions from the audience and from the chat and will forward them to you. Over to you, Anna.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for the invitation again. And it's actually a great pleasure to be back at the conference of EuroDIG. We had the pleasure of being part of it last year. So it's really good to see the conference going, and it's really good to see the interest for open science still present. So let me share my screen on the presentation. I hope you can see it. There we go. So I'm really pleased that I have been given the chance to present to you a little bit of the work that we've been doing on open science, and in particular on advancing the normative instrument for open science, which is the UNESCO recommendation of open science. Why is open science important? And I am sure that many of you in the audience are very well aware of this movement towards open science, which is not only driven by UNESCO, of course, but by the entire scientific community, institutions, innovators, scientists at different levels. It's a movement that has been going on for several decades now, really trying to make the scientific knowledge, data, information more open, more accessible, the entire scientific process also more open, more participatory, and more inclusive. And we've really seen from, particularly from this COVID experience that we have just lived and we are still living, that it is open science and science that is more accessible to everybody really is the future of science. So indeed, during the COVID pandemics, we've seen the really high importance of timely and free access to scientific data, publications, and information, the importance of scientific collaborations and sharing of information at all the different levels, the importance of science policy society dialogue in bringing science to the decision making, and also the high importance of the human right to enjoy the benefits of scientific progress. Really, this current crisis has put on the spotlight all of these different urgencies for science and the need for open science. And when I was asked to give this talk, they said, well, you have to also, concentrate on the digital aspects of open science. Well, the digital aspects of open science are everywhere in open science because it is thanks to digital advancements and thanks to internet advancements that we are able to share information and to collaborate more quickly and more broadly. So for us in UNESCO, really making an open science kind of a new paradigm for science is something important because we see it as a real tool that can help us to bridge the science, technology, and innovation gaps that exist between countries, and also to fulfill the human right to science, which is also extremely important going forward. And as I said, we've seen open science and opening on science, scientific data and information happening across the world in different scientific communities, but not only scientific communities, also the communities of innovators, people dealing, of course, with softwares, codes, hardware, etc. So the question is really not whether open science will happen. The question is how it will happen and how we can ensure that it benefits to everybody and that everyone can enjoy from the benefits of this transition to open science. So in this context, UNESCO, which is the UN agency for science, education and culture, decided that there is need for a global international standard-setting instrument for open science, and that is in the form of a UNESCO recommendation on open science. So our member states, 193 member states of UNESCO, tasked the organization in November 2019 to develop this instrument, to develop this recommendation on open science for adoption in November 2021, meaning in this month. So what happened in the past 2 years is that we've had a series of different consultations, dialogues with all the different stakeholders involved in open science, including many of the people, I'm sure, who are also participating in the meeting today. And we've managed collectively to come up with first the first draft of the recommendation, the text of the recommendation, which was done in September last year. And then through a series of other iterations, by collecting different comments and integrating those comments, we came up with the second draft, which was then discussed at an intergovernmental meeting, which happened in May this year. And some 100 countries which participated in the meeting were actually pretty happy with the text, made some adjustments, made the text even stronger, and adopted provisionally this draft recommendation. Now, in terms of just the process, the draft recommendation now goes to the UNESCO General Conference in November, and it is expected to be adopted there. So just a few highlights from this recommendation, which is supposed to set the frame for how open science is happening and what are the key actions that need to be taken. This open science recommendation of UNESCO is the first international normative instrument of open science with an internationally agreed definition and core values and guiding principles for open science. These are very important kind of building blocks for the future of open science, and we're very happy that our member states and all the stakeholders managed to implement some of these issues. It addresses the different stakeholders of open science and points to the actions at different levels. And it also talks about different innovative approaches for open science and the need to be able to monitor not just open science in and out of itself, but also the impact of open science. So just very briefly in terms of how the open science is now defined in the document, it is defined as an inclusive construct that combines different movements and practices to make scientific knowledge openly available, accessible, and reusable, to increase scientific collaborations and sharing of information for the benefits of science and society, and to open the process of scientific knowledge creation, evaluation, and communication beyond the traditional scientific community. So it is a very broad definition that really brings different aspects of access to knowledge, but also use of knowledge and creation of knowledge. What is interesting is that the open science is also defined along the different fundamental key pillars. One is this open scientific knowledge. And here we talk about open access to publications, research data, metadata, open educational resources, software, source code, and hardware. So all this under the umbrella of open access to scientific knowledge. Then open science infrastructures, again, extremely important for this community in particular, both digital and physical, which are actually fundamental for increasing the access to knowledge to a broader community, not just the community of scientists, but also beyond that. Open engagement of societal actors through, for example, citizen science or crowdsourcing or any other initiatives that can bring together social actors also in the development of science and in the scientific process. And then also this open dialogue with other knowledge systems, and in particular the indigenous knowledge system. So the idea really is to open science to scientists and to open it to a broader community, to the broader society beyond the scientific community. I won't go into detail for the different parts of the recommendation, and I do encourage everybody to visit our website and to have a look at the latest text. But there are these 7 areas of action, and under each of these actions, there are other actions which are foreseen in the recommendation and that the countries are actually going to have to implement once they adopt the recommendation. But the key areas are really to promote a common understanding of open science, to develop an enabling policy environment, invest in open science infrastructure and capacity building, and to foster a culture of open science, aligning the different incentives. We've seen that it is critical for open science to strive that the incentives for science more broadly are aligned with the principles of open science, promoting innovative approaches, and then international and multi-stakeholder collaboration. One thing that I also wanted to share in particular with this community is that throughout the consultations, what we've seen were some key points or key challenges that were raised by the different stakeholders, member states, government agencies in charge of science and innovation, but also scientists themselves, and particularly listening to the scientists from the developing world. They have raised several issues with regards to how are we going to be able to implement open science in a just way across the globe. And some of the really key aspects is the importance of adequate infrastructures, including reliable internet connectivity. It, of course, is a major concern for different stakeholders, for different scientists, in particular for scientists in developing countries. Also, the importance of international solidarity and collaborations for open science, And then also the risk that need to be taken into account with regards to the commercial monopolization of research data, which actually calls for long-term sustainable not-for-profit infrastructures, digital infrastructures, that are in the service of open science. So definitely the tendency and the trend is to open science as much as possible. We've seen both the benefits and some associated risks of opening science in the context of the COVID crisis. Member states, at least the member states of UNESCO, are convinced that that's the way to go, but it is very important also to make sure that the implementation of open science really does happen in a way that reduces the science technology innovation gaps and that does not increase them. So as I said, the next steps is for this recommendation to be adopted by member states in November. After that, we start right away into implementation, and we really are looking forward to working with this community as well to help us in ensuring that there is a level playing field for scientists and other open science stakeholders across the world. So I think I'm going to stop here with my presentation and let some space for questions and answers if there are any. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nadia, I think you're muted.
Hi, sorry, I'm the studio host. I'm just conferring with the remote moderator regarding the question and answer session. But thank you for noticing. I'm really glad that you're really engaging with the audience. I appreciate that you noticed it. But now question and answers are open. So if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to raise your hand to ask a question directly. Also, we invite those members who are in the other studios, as this studio is being live sent out into Studio Trieste and Studio Belgrade. So you are very welcome in those studios to also raise your hand. Your remote moderators will be able to capture your questions and send that over.
Okay, so we have one question from another studio, which is, how is the internet technical community involved in the discussion? So if you would have some comments on this, that would be very welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We had some, I mean, I'm not an expert, technical expert in this, but we did have some exchanges during our consultations, including with the internet technical community through the networks that UNESCO has. I think for the moment, what was extremely important is to make sure that we capture the essence of open science correctly, that we capture the key the key definitions, the key concepts correctly, so that they resonate both with developing and developed countries, as this is a global standard-setting instrument. That we capture also the concerns from different stakeholders. And then what is going to be extremely important going forward is to really create a community, including technical community, that will be able to engage in things forward. And of course, as I said, we are not starting this movement. It is something that has been going on for a while. So a technical community already exists. The internet technical community also already exists around these issues. We are just hoping that we will be able, with this open science recommendation, to give it a bit more voice and a little bit more push to help with the implementation of the recommendation and bringing this open science to all the different actors and stakeholders.
Ich sage das jetzt auch. Are there any other questions from any of the studios? I get some of the messages here on my phone as well. Okay, if this is not the case, then Anna, thank you very much for your presentation. Just a hint, your audio got worse while you're speaking, so you need to do something about your microphone. Possibly you are using the computer microphone, and I guess a lot of this really interesting topic was not really understood by the captioners or by the participants because audio decreased while you were speaking, and
sorry about
that shouldn't be the case for your interesting topic. And I'm sorry to tell you, but you should better know for the next possibility when you give this presentation. Okay.
Okay.
Have a good day, and thank you very much for joining us live.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So we will convene here at 2:45, and we will give some relaxing music into every studio, and then we are going to continue at 2:45. So stay tuned, stay in the room, enjoy the music, or meet your colleagues and friends and gather and have some fun there. See you later.
much time has passed away. The wheel of fortune keeps on turning and turning. No chance to bring back time. Yesterday seems far behind. The lies are gone. Where are all the answers? Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. The more I look, the more I find. Though it's all beyond my mind, sometimes words have to remain unspoken. What's the meaning of forever? Breaking through the heavy weather. We're in time, the train has left the station. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Gotta get all the way. Got to get all the way. Gotta get all the way from F to K. Your decision time to choose from all the lies. Find your own truth. Now you're in a haze, can't keep the cool. Still there's nothing gain or lose. Yeah. Have to get all the way.
It is now 2:45 and welcome back. My name is Nadia Chachia and I'm your studio host live from Bruges and hosted by the United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies. We're excited to
Okay, so good afternoon and welcome to workshop number 14. My name is Marco Zennaro and I'm based at the International Center for Theoretical Physics in Trieste, which hopefully will host you in person next year. So this is workshop 14, which is about privacy impact of COVID-19 related shift to online activities, payments, virtual meetings, e-commerce, and e-banking. The moderator to be Olga Stepanova. And before giving her the word, just few session rules. Please enter with your full name. To ask any question, raise your hand using the Zoom function. You will be unmuted when the floor is given to you. And when speaking, please switch on the video, state your name and affiliation. The chat will not be stored or published. And please do not share the Zoom meeting ID, not even with your colleagues. And that's it for the session rules. So please, Olga, the floor is yours.
Oh, hello everybody. Nice having you here. Even though we can't meet in person, I'm very glad that we have the opportunity to meet online. I hope you can hear me and hopefully you also can see me. Can you see me? Actually, yes. Okay. Now, so hello to everybody. And now you can see me. So the session today is on the privacy impact of COVID-19 related shift to online activities. Unfortunately, COVID is something we did not get rid of in the past year, and it is still something we took into 2021. So it is really important to talk also about the privacy impact and the impact on all the other questions and issues of civil society, but today it is the privacy impact we will be talking about. And I'm very glad to have a very diverse group of key participants who I will now introduce to you. It was actually important to me that I don't have just one stakeholder group in here. So rather, I present the views on the COVID-19 related impact from different angles. So first of all, I'm very glad to introduce Paul Breitbart to you. Paul is a privacy lawyer from Netherlands. He currently serves as Director, Global Policy and Youth Strategy Advisor, and is also a visiting fellow at the European Center on Privacy and Cybersecurity of Maastricht University. So before, and this is what is important and also interesting here, Paul used to work at the Dutch Data Protection Authority, so he has a view from different angles on privacy-related topics and the COVID shift. So first of all, hi, Paul. It's great to have you here. Our second participant is Esin. Esin has a very interesting background. She's a Turkish qualified lawyer, but still holding 2 degrees in privacy. And she currently works as a privacy manager at a German fintech who serves to provide global and also very interesting banking solutions, because it links the euro currency with cryptocurrency. So this is also a very, very new field, which is developing in Germany, all over the world, but also related to e-commerce and e-banking. Then we have got a very different participant in here. We have got a teacher from a school for children with learning difficulties, and this is Maike. Maike, it's great to have you here on board, because I'm very, very interested to listen on how the COVID-19 pandemics influenced school, because all people were talking about school and how pupils get along with online teaching, e-teaching. So I'm very, very glad to receive some information on your experience. And last but not least, we have got Teresa on board. Teresa is an advisor of a parliamentarian at the German parliament, who is actively promoting digitization and privacy topics. Besides, she is speaker for civil rights at a political foundation, and is also vice chair of a German Association for Liberal Network Politics, meaning that she's also very much into privacy topics. And I'm very interested as well to listen on how she felt about the shift to online activities and what kind of things she thinks may be necessary to somehow improve, but perhaps there are also things which are working well. So Teresa, I'm also very, very glad to welcome you here on the panel. So just to give you a kind of information how the session will be held, I first will introduce the topic to you. Afterwards, I will give first the word to Paul, the floor to Paul, then to Esin, Maike, and last but not least, Teresa. So they will present their views and experiences on these topics. And afterwards, we will have a discussion between the key participants on the identified issues. And also, please feel very much encouraged asking questions. I will review what you are posting in the chat box. So I'm very glad. In case you have questions, please let us know so that we can discuss them among the key participants. And the end will be some closing words on the session. So this is just for you to know. I refrained from proposing some kind of slides. I think we are all a bit tired of online sessions and slides. So I thought it is best just to talk free about topics which are interesting and about topics which are influencing all of our lives, since they are somehow related to online activities and our rights to privacy. So my aim today is actually to understand what kind of different impacts we have seen during the last 1 year, 1.5 years, and it's very nice to see on what kind of things were working very well but what kind of things we need to improve, not only from a German perspective, but rather from a European-wide perspective. So what are things we identified we should need to work on, and perhaps how these solutions may look like. And now I think I talked enough. So Paul, I'm glad to give you the floor and to report on your experience regarding the shift to online activities.
Thank you, Olga. And first of all, thank you to EuroDIG for the invitation to be here today. Of course, it would have been much nicer to be in beautiful Trieste, but this is the Hague calling for now. And to be honest, I think that the biggest consequences of the shift to online activities is still to follow. And that is not saying that we haven't had a big shift last year, but from a privacy and also from a data security perspective, I think we are still due the worst of what is yet to come. And that is a whole range of data breaches and compromises that will be flooding over us in the next 1 or 2 years. I hope I'm wrong, but I fear that is the consequence of everybody shifting a lot of their activities to online over the past 16 months. If we go back to February, March of last year, suddenly almost every single company in the Western world, at least, had to decide to stop people coming to the office, to stop all international travel and make people work from home. And we saw that lots of organizations had to quickly change to using online tools, even those like my own company that were very reluctant so far to let people work from home. Because especially for product development, for software development, it can be very efficient to be in the same room and to have those Scrum discussions in person, the stand-up meetings, the 15-minute a day, all the big hype words, but it actually works. And when talking to each other in person, you can get a lot of work done. So also at TrustArc, we used to do that at home, in the office, and suddenly had to do that from home. And that was the same for lots of companies around the world. And for many, that also meant that they needed to quickly invest in online conferencing tools like Zoom, in cooperation platforms, things like Slack or Google Chat, so that you can keep in touch with each other. And those were often implemented overnight without doing any proper risk assessment, without privacy assessments, without maybe even implementing specific security requirements. And we saw, for example, with Zoom, that the platform grew very quickly, but also came under a lot of scrutiny overnight, which showed a lot of faults also from the privacy and the security perspective. And that is no different for Google Chat or Microsoft Teams or any of the other big platforms. They were addressed. All of the big platforms also took the criticism to heart to address those, but it also shows that a lot of companies did not do the due diligence when selecting their platform. Choices were made on availability, on price, and usability. And the same for cooperation platforms. And when we did our annual privacy survey last year, we saw that almost 2/3 of respondents actually saw changes in the tech that were were deployed within the organization. 58% of privacy professionals that we spoke to also mentioned that there were additional measures taken to stay up to date on developments in the privacy community. Newsletters that were subscribed to, online resources, databases that were added. 48%, so not even half of the companies, did actually update their policies or extend the policies to work from home, where that might have been welcome. And only 39% offered additional training to employees. And also that could have been helpful and could still be helpful even going forward, because it looks like the new normal will not be 5 days a week into going into the office. So looking at the training, looking at those policies, working from home, they should in any case cover what kind of devices are you allowed to use. Are you allowed to share or to work from your personal devices? Are you allowed to share your devices with your roommates or housemates? Are you allowed to install your own software on your work device or not? All those kind of things could have an impact also on the data security from a company. Some have even advocated only use thin clients for using at home where you are not able to store anything to actually ensure that no data can be breached via working from home, or at least to lower the chances. What I think is that working from home in these COVID days will actually show in the time going forward some failures to control the sharing of information on a need-to-know basis, roles-based access controls, also making sure that you have those relationships with your vendors properly documented and secured. It will also show that there is an over-retention of information, as well as a failure to dispose securely of data, as well as failures to conduct privacy impact assessments. And I think those are things that we need to think about more carefully going forward. And it is still timely to put those in place even right now, because as mentioned, the world has fundamentally changed and people will be more working from home going forward. Maybe leave it at that as an introduction.
Yes, Paul, I believe that many problems we were faced during the pandemics were not so much because of pandemics, but the issue was perhaps in 2018, 2019 as well, because companies did not sufficiently implement all requirements of GDPR. I believe it would be much easier in case company would have obeyed the rules. But anyway, this is also a learning we need to take into account, and I think this will be part of a nice discussion we will have later on. So now, Esin, the floor is yours to provide a brief information on your experience.
Okay, thank you very much, Olga, and I'm happy to be here today and to share our experience in regards to the development in privacy and digital banking at Nouri. Before I start, I would like to explain what we do at Nouri to give the audience a clear picture. At Nouri, or formerly Bitwala, we built a bridge between the traditional world of finance and the decentralized world of finance by leveraging blockchain technology. Nouri is the abbreviation of new reality because we believe we are entering a new reality of banking. We've been keeping our money in traditional finance for years, and now a new financial system is opening up. At Nouri, we offer a traditional Euro account with our partner bank in combination with crypto wallets for Bitcoin, Ether, and also a Bitcoin interest account. We believe that we are the pioneer in mixing up two worlds of finance. So in our industry, we have the observation that from the start of the pandemic, an increased tendency towards digital banking. Less people see the need for physical bank branches, and more people are getting acquainted with mobile banking. In the beginning of pandemic, we saw that many retail stores in Germany started to accept card payments or digital payments instead of cash payments to decrease the contact, which was also a quite big step for Germany, where cash payments are still dominant. A recent Deloitte survey, which was conducted in Switzerland with 1,500 working age individuals, state that almost 20% of all retail banking customers have used at least one online service for the first time during the crisis. And most first-time users say that they want to continue to use at least some online services once the crisis has passed. According to another research published by the Vera Group, mobile banking services have increased 72% in Europe during pandemic. Another online service where we see an increased interest is in investment alternatives. Due to financial uncertainty and the risk of future unemployment, people took precautions and saved money and or look for alternatives to grow their money. In our company, we see a similar tendency in use of our services. So the question is how all of these actually influence the private spheres of individuals. So first of all, we've seen an increase in phishing attacks towards customers. So attackers reach customers through SMS or via email to collect user data or to gain access to their bank account. And secondly, we've been reported more fraud incidents. And the common scenarios are that customers are called by a legitimate sounded broker or investment firm and asked to send funds for the promise of yearly revenue, or customers are asked to give the remote control of their devices and fraudsters make the financial activity. So in both scenarios, fraudsters make a background check and make sure that the individual is our customer before approaching. This check happens usually on social media, and customers' publicly available digital footprint, such as comments under a new retweet. This kind of case actually gives a wrong impression to customers that we share their data with unauthorized parties. Based on this incident, for example, we received a request of information from a customer about our third parties. So in Germany, it would be accurate to say that people are sensitive about their privacy, but as long as this sensitivity is not supported by digital literacy of citizens, it will not be possible to protect privacy effectively.
Yes, I think it is very important to emphasize what you said in the very beginning, that in Germany, actually, before pandemics, most people were either in favor of cash payment. I think when we see the statistics across all the other European member states, this is very interesting because, for example, the Scandinavian states, like Finland or Sweden, were very much into digital payments even before pandemics. And the Germans, I don't know for what kind of reason actually, but they were always paying cash. And this is so interesting to see that even now when you go to a bakery just to buy some bread for €3 or €2, it is the new normal to pay by card. So it is even that you question yourself, okay, am I allowed to pay by cash? And I think this is very important development when we see the German population, because for the German population, cash payment is very important, or was even very important. And now people get acquainted with the new normal. So this also is a heavy challenge for the banks and banking service providers, because they have much more data which they need to store, and also much more transactional data. And we don't only need to think of, for example, of sensitive data like payments at a pharmacy, or donations to a political party or something like.
That's not me. No.
All froze, at least for me.
For me too.
I think we're fine. Yeah. I think it's just
yes. It's only Olga. So should we move to the next speaker? Which I believe is Mikey, right?
Mikey, you are on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Somebody
same problem all the time.
Okay, okay, just continuing. So yes, so we should all be here. No, Teresa is missing. Teresa is missing somehow. No,
I can see her.
She's here. Okay, great. So what I wanted to say actually is that there is a new, not a threat, but a special impact on privacy when we take all these new factors and data processes into account. So I believe that the normal banking won't be the normal in the future, and banks need to work on their privacy and also and especially on cybersecurity, so that the breaches Paul was talking about won't happen too often. Because now, of course, we see that data breaches occur, and a lot of them occur, and I believe that a lot occur and we don't know about them. So what I want to say is that we need to focus on cybersecurity, especially because of this new normal, which has shifted to the online activities, which I believe we won't get away from, because this is the new normal and people got acquainted with this and also saw the advantages of having things digital. So instead of making kind of a discussion opening right now, I believe it is also very, very interesting to see what Maike has to report right now. As I said, Maike is a totally different stakeholder, and I'm very grateful to having her here today, because I think we all focused on business activities and on clients and on scaling our products and so on. But the educational sector is very, very much important, since this is the future of all of us. So Maike, the floor is yours, and I'm very interested in hearing what you can report us what has happened and how schools and educational facilities survived COVID pandemics in regards of online activities.
Yeah, hello all together. So thank you very much that I can be here and that I'm involved in this topic, and that we can sort of put all the different stakeholders together and different interests together. Yeah, I'm a teacher in vocational school, and the pupils are, as you said, sort of slow learners or pupils with special needs. And I'm a mother of 3 children from 12 to 16. So I could see the lockdown from different sides. In the first lockdown, which was last year, from March to summer, there had hardly any rules, and there were also hardly any video conferences or video conference tools used, and so it was very optional to the pupil to do how much they ever wanted, and it was also optional to the pupils to use these tools, which was very, very hard, because our goal is to get the pupils involved and to get into contact and to stay in contact. And so it was really very, very hard. Then we had this second lockdown from December to nearly now, and there it was different. So there were these video conference tools you could use, and mainly it was Teams used, because the others the other tools which were you could use, or you had the opportunity to use, crashed a lot of times. And but also there it was that it was because of the privacy rules, it was optional to the pupils or to the teachers to show their picture, and that was very, very big problem, because when the people were older, they didn't show the picture, and so you could just guess that they were doing other things in the same time, like watching a video or gaming or whatever. So it was really hard to get into to stay in contact, or to get the motivation of the pupils very high. On the other hand, it was also hard, because a lot of pupils had they don't have an office to work. There were many children in one room or so, and then you could also guess that there were other children in the same room when you work with the the pupil. So I wondered, because it was very noisy when I talked to and tried to explain to a boy in math, and then he explained, wow, that was his brother having a video conference in the same time in the same room. So it was really, really hard. The other problem were of course the equipment. I'm also a member of the in the city council of my town, and so I know that the German government decided to sustain a lot of equipment for all the pupils, so everyone should have them, but it took more than half a year or even 3/4 of a year. In my town, other towns were a lot quicker. So the equipment was in the end in the families. So they had them in April or so, when a lot of, well, it's not the most important time to had. Yeah. Just for the beginning, I hope it's also interesting, and we could, and I hope we could link it to the other themes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for this introduction to how it happened in Germany. To be honest, I have seen it coming, that in case we have a lockdown, Germany won't be too well prepared. Actually, Germany was very bad prepared when it came to educational purposes, because on the one hand, we did not have enough end user devices, and on the other hand, there is barely no digitization in schools right now, unfortunately. And neither pupils nor their parents or their teachers, headmasters, whoever, were prepared on this situation, meaning that it was a kind of yeah, at least it was a kind of a possibility that there won't be any kind of lessons at school, because there's simply a lack of software or a lack of end user devices. But some schools made it very well, and just in the following week or following 2 weeks, they somehow managed to get enough end user devices to get some software. But this is a huge issue which was raised due to the pandemics, because obviously there is no internet in schools. They are not prepared, and also pupils are not well well acquainted with all these kind of possibilities of using these devices and software. Of course, they can use a mobile phone or a computer in some regards, but they have no understanding of how privacy works, for example. And I really doubt that schools met the requirements of GDPR when it came to information according to Article 13, meaning the information on how data is processed. And I think this clearly showed that on the one hand, by GDPR, we force companies to take a lot of money and to invest a lot of effort in implementing all GDPR rules. But on the other hand, when it comes to governmental organizations, to administrative bodies, somehow we don't pay too much attention. I don't know whether this is somehow related to the fact that in the Federal Data Protection Act in Germany, there is an exemption, and so that governmental bodies can't be fined. So no fines may be imposed on them. and that's why they don't care too much about it. It's rather, I believe, are related to the fact that no money, or just a lot of other things to do instead of keeping an eye on schools. So what I think is, and this is a good link to Teresa, who is also representing civil society in here, and also politics in a way, that she can make us understand how this all happened on a governmental level, and how she thinks the experiences we made in the past 15 months may be a kind of catalysator to digitization, may show us clearly that we can't stay on the same level as we did before, and we definitely need to improve ourselves, starting from ourselves, going to governmental organizations, to administrative bodies, and of course private sector. So Teresa, this floor is yours, and we are very much looking forward to receiving your information on how you see the situation and what changed in the past 16 or 15 months.
Yeah, thank you, Olga. Thanks everyone for having me in this discussion today. A couple of words on my perspectives. First of all, you mentioned it. I will share my experiences firstly as a vice chair of the association LOAD, which focuses on liberal internet policy on a civil society level, and then as a policy advisor, first for a German MP, and then as of March this year for the liberal Friedrich Naumann Foundation here in Berlin. So I want to bring two observations into this round today, which are focused on these two pillars. So the overall privacy debate during the pandemic from a policy point of view and from a civil society point of view. So first, I think one big issue was a corona contact tracing, one big issue in the overall debate. And I think what we've seen is that for the first time in ages, or at least since I kind of look at political debates, there was a widely held public debate about the differences in technical setups of a digital solution, and not in the first place to see which one of the setups performs better, but to see which one of the setups is more privacy friendly. So I think that was a kind of really new development, and we haven't seen it, or we haven't seen kind of such a deep technical debate on a political level, I think, ever. So this was kind of the first development I want to share with everyone. And the other thing is that another issue was the big question if data protection as a concept hindered our fight against the pandemic. Some call data protection, in Germany at least, a so-called super Grundrecht, so roughly translating into super fundamental right. So kind of saying that it's the only fundamental right which cannot be infringed upon, or which cannot be restricted in any way. Of course, this was exaggerated because in many ways, during the pandemic, we've seen that privacy rights have been restricted. I mean, look at having to press your everything everywhere you go at the moment, in order to being able to trace you back if there has been a corona incident. So of course this was not accurate, or this kind of super fundamental right argument was not accurate, but it has been stated a lot during political debates. And for me, the outcomes of these two observations, or maybe say the impacts of these various debates, were on the one hand that the involvement and the understanding of the different stakeholders in policymaking intensified in a way. So that was a good point. I predict we will see a lot more projects which will be developed, digital projects which will be developed on a governmental level, using open source, using the community, the impact from the tech community to make projects more data protection friendly, to make them data more safe, not only protect, but also safe. And frankly, I think that's what we need, tying back to what you said, Olga, to make this pandemic, or to get something good out of this pandemic on the digital level, on a level of kind of having some good digital turnouts of this pandemic. And on the other hand, I would say an impact was that, sadly, I must say, data protection's image has not become better during the pandemic. You could argue that it even got worse. So if we want to make, and this is something maybe which ties in back into Maike's statement, if we want to make sure using video tools in schools, telemedicine, or other digital services in the future, the big task of politicians and also civil society will be to actively promote that data protection is not the roadblock in your way to getting a good product or to making good policies, but rather something which you can kind of bring into the project and which will not hinder you in getting a good result. So in conclusion, I think the general attitude towards data protection has not changed in the pandemic. It's kind of the entrenchment, I must say, has become even worse on some levels. But on the other hand, I think the understanding of why some people say, "Oh, data protection, this is something I can't do it because data protection," as an argument. Maybe understanding why people say this sometimes as a really easy excuse for why things don't work in their eyes. Maybe that understanding has become better. So I think I don't know if we'll see very good or positive outcomes of the political debates in the end, but I think there's been made some ground which we could build on if we want in the future.
Thank you, Teresa. This is very interesting because I thought just about, okay, how to get into the discussion and what can be the motto of this discussion. And I think, but perhaps Paul, Maike, Asen, you have got another view on that. I think it should be something like the super fundamental right versus other rights. Because as we clearly have seen right now, data protection is very important and it should be actively promoted. The image of data protection should somehow increase in a good way. But on the other hand, we see that we have got a lot of issues because of data protection. So the question is, does data protection as it is, as GDPR wants us to have it in place, fit in what we have right now? Or is it another reality which is not fitting to our reality, and we try to make it somehow working, but it doesn't work? As we have seen, for example, Maike told us that there were a lot of issues with the tools and how to supervise the children while e-learning. And I think this was the very, very top priority. We don't think too much about privacy when the question arose how to teach our pupils at school. And also raise contacts. This is what Teresa said, or what Paul said, that from one day to another, we needed to shift everything to online, so that privacy rights was not that much important. So the main question, in my opinion, is privacy as it is understood under GDPR fitting to the concept of civil society and the concept of the level of digitization we have right now in Europe to GDPR. So, Paul, perhaps what is your opinion on this thesis?
Well, to be honest, I do believe that GDPR fits a crisis like the pandemic that we've been facing for the past year and a half. And it does contain quite a lot of exceptions that can be used in emergencies, whether it is for medical research, whether it is as a grounds for processing in life and death situations, whether it is to also let people delay certain individual rights, as we have also seen. Also there you can take certain decisions, and it could be that you would need some additional national legislation in place. to make use of all those exceptions and exemptions. But in principle, GDPR would be flexible enough. I do believe that not all of us, maybe including myself, already understand all the possibilities that the law has. And I think the pandemic came a few years too soon while we were still learning how to work with the GDPR, that we also were able to work with all the exceptions and exemptions.
Actually, this is also something which came to my mind, is that the time frame between GDPR and pandemics was too short. So we should have asked the pandemics to knock the door later. No, just kidding. And hopefully we never have, we will solve this situation right now. It will never be forced with pandemics in the future. But this is actually what I also realized, because a lot of companies were still implementing, they were in the process of implementing GDPR, and they were hit very unprepared somehow. And then they did what they could do in order not to stop their active business. So Esin, how did it work in your organization? I believe that a fintech are rather acquainted with new methods of working, with digitization. So how did it work for you when you had all your meetings online instead of in person?
Actually, we were quite prepared for that, for a home working and remote working situation in the beginning of the pandemic, because remote working was actually sort of a rule at our company, so we didn't really struggle that much. However, we actually struggled with the onboarding of new people, new colleagues, and actually raising awareness of the privacy and security of their home equipment, etc. So I would say that the most of the struggle was actually establishing the company culture overall, like Germany, and also to other external colleagues who work from different member states. But in general, like again, as a rule, we were quite pro remote working. So in terms of GDPR compliance, we really did not struggle that much.
Yeah, I think you are kind of an exception, because I know that a lot of companies, they even had no hardware. And I remember that when the pandemic started March last year, the prices for hardware increased because a lot of people had very bad old notebooks, and they just needed new hardware. But since we have a global world and we don't produce everything on our own, we needed to wait from some things from China and other countries. So this was also an issue, and I was really wondering what happened, because it was hard to get some hardware in Germany, and also for servers and additional power because of all the video conference tools. I even heard something like, okay, please don't use the internet for other purposes than for video conference calls. And people and gamers were asked to refrain from playing games online because there was not enough power on the internet. So it sounds a bit crazy to me in 2021, and I believe, unfortunately, we in Germany do not have the best internet. Don't dare to think how bad our internet connection is. But this is something I think we identified and we really need to work on. So it's good to hear that there are also great examples like your company, Esin, who switched very, very quickly and well, and only had some struggles with onboarding. So I believe this is something like, okay, you did not do it with A++, but perhaps an A grade is fine. So as I just asked you, perhaps somebody wants to ask some questions. I just wrote in the chat that the participants are invited to ask some questions to our key participants. So in case this is the case, please just drop a line there. So Maike, which is also interesting for me when we follow up the point, is there any kind of an improvement, a kind of change? Is there any kind of communication of the Ministry of Education saying, okay, for the next pandemics scenario, lockdown scenario, better to say, we are prepared? Because when I read the newspapers, it seems to me that unfortunately there will be something going on starting autumn this year, and it is not that much unlikely that there will be a new lockdown perhaps. So is there any kind of formal communication telling, okay, this time we are really prepared? Or do you think that the things will go on as they ended with the last lockdown?
Maybe Schabke would like to ask the question before, because he's raising his hand.
Okay. So,
well, actually, I am not raising a question. I merely wanted to point out that in the Swiss IGF, which took place last week, we had a session particularly dedicated to the question whether digitalization could be used to the right measure in combating the COVID on all levels, including research. And the outcome, as we pointed out in also the messages that we drafted afterwards, I put a link in the chat. Well, the outcome was that actually the administration had a huge problem in finding the right measures due to sometimes overzealous application of data protection. And so the message was that there should be a right balance between fundamental rights and the benefits to society by digitalization, taking into account that there is not just data protection, a fundamental right, but also other fundamental rights, such as the right to for good health or well-being in general. So just a hint to, we discussed it in the Swiss IGF last week.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense, and this is what Jörn is putting in the chat right now. So what is the super fundamental right actually? Because we have also the right to have a healthy life, and the right to education, which is even stipulated in the German constitution. And as Jörn just put in the chat, is what has happened in Berlin, that the Berlin Data Protection Authority stopped school using video conference tools because the authority said, okay, this is not a compliant tool. Actually, they are very, very hardliners, and they also posted a huge document on accusing all video conference tools that they are not compliant for this or that reason. And the question is how we want to tackle this issue, because currently I don't think that there are super good solutions, and it is rather the question of shouldn't be perhaps privacy be a super fundamental right or not? And this is then the question to civil society and perhaps to Teresa, like what do you think? We have got, for example, in Germany, we have got elections in autumn, but this is not a German question. This is a European-wide question, since GDPR is applicable in all Europe. So is there any kind of possibility on overcoming this super fundamental right, or what would be your approach on that? And then Mariana has got a question, and then we will ask her.
I think we've seen good and bad examples on kind of striking the right balance between all the fundamental rights which have been kind of seen or touched on during the pandemic. So one of the good examples I've already told you about in Germany, for example, or in Germany at least, was the Corona Warn app, the tracing app, which was developed. And what we've seen there is that once you bring data protection into the debate from kind of the first step of the project on, so you don't develop some, and you're like, oh, we should check if this is kind of compliant with GDPR. But if you kind of bring it into the equation at a very early stage, then in the end, you also won't have a problem with that kind of fundamental right, weighing it against other fundamental rights on the way. But of course, you're right. Seeing that we've got a world where there's personal information about every one of us out there on such a large scale, that kind of this very notion that one can be in power of every little bit or piece of information which is out there, this kind of, it's outdated. So we can't really say that the goal of data protection is to kind of have the power to influence any and every sort of information which is out there about you or in connection with you. I mean, it's not possible, but we have to see what kind of is the real goal of data protection on the one hand. And I think someone in the chat also said it, maybe we need to think about the wording. So what are we protecting really? Are we protecting data? Are we protecting the fundamental rights of people behind the data and stuff like that? So I think the pandemic in a way brought us closer to the core questions of data protection. And as Paul said, we may have some issues with implementing the GDPR on many very good questions, practical questions. There's also the underlying question of what do we want with data protection at all? So I think maybe this debate has been moved a couple of steps forward, and I'm looking forward to the overall debate about this question in the future.
So thank you, Teresa. This is a very, very important point, and the core question, what GDPR is actually about. But as we are a bit running out of time, I would like to pass the floor to Marianne, who raised her hand. So Marianne, the floor is yours. We are very interested in hearing your comments on that.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think that this session, as I understand it, is looking at a range of interlocking, but also very distinctive issues. And I think we're recovering a number of issues that cannot be covered by either the GDPR as the one solution to meet all solutions, nor can a super fundamental right, nor can only one human right respond to these. It's not just about privacy, issues around data tracking, issues around poor data protection, as Paul brought up, issues around a lack of responsibility, as my colleague here on the chat points out. We've got issues like the right to information, the right to freedom of movement online, the right to an education, the right to cultural diversity, the right of persons with disabilities, the rights of children. And these rights aren't always compatible one with another. I don't have to tell anybody that, and we all know this. But what we're confronting here, and what I'm finding so fascinating, but also so disturbing, is this idea that if we find the magic bullet, we will have solved all the issues. And I think we haven't got the magic bullet. I think the GDPR is a very important piece of regulation. I think there's a lot of work yet to be done to have it implemented appropriately, and for people to understand that it's actually there to help us rather than hinder us. And also, so there's lots of things going on, but my problem with COVID is, as we creep into the second year, is this precise issue of mission creep. Mission creep, authorities overstepping the mark. Management's not understanding what even data gathering is, let alone how to protect it. Students and teachers, young children, being forced to use platforms run by huge global monopolies that make transparency a joke when they take that on. So I'm getting increasingly angry about the way we skip about the elephant in the room. Digitalization is not the solution to all these problems necessarily. It in fact is in itself possibly a problem, as someone else pointed out, looking for another set of solutions. I think it's part of our everyday life. So I'd like these speakers to think really clearly. Could you tell me what you think about the idea of digitalization as a value? And if it's a value, then it's a cultural value, it's a social value, and it has implications for the most vulnerable in our society. For some, digitalization is a way forward, and for others, it's a way back. So as regulators, how do you, and people working in the business world and in the legal world, how would you want to move forward without making digitalization another tool of oppression, if I may use a very sort of rhetorical term? So we can sort of broaden our discussion past just the one piece of regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. This was a fantastic comment on the discussion right now, because two things which I noted right now in the paper is the right of free movement online on the one hand, and on the other hand, the inclusion. Because somehow I believe that due to all these tools and online or shifts to online activities, the scissors between people and between the civil society, people who are well acquainted with digital tools and know about the rights to privacy, and those who are not, they get bigger and bigger. And I think it is not only about digitization, it is about our whole society. So perhaps we need to rethink our concept of privacy on the one hand, and the possibilities we have at hand, plus on the impacts on the whole society, not only on the business people or the politicians or the clerks, also about people with disabilities and children. And that's why it's so valuable what you said right now. But I also want to give Jacques
Yes. Yeah, yes, but just for the sake of the discussion, Marianne, I would just go to the other side and say, well, think about all the vaccines that were developed. This was really only feasible under digitalization. So digitalization is really a value that has the nasty habit of having some quality of having some side effects, such as, now we can turn it the other way around, such as tampering somehow with fundamental values and this bringing on discrimination. But science brought relief from COVID, and we are discussing here about COVID, if I'm correct. And we would all have a horrible time without digitalization. So we should be utterly glad to have all these things at hand. Your turn.
So,
can I respond, Olga? I've been challenged. Unless someone else has something to say.
No, I mean, what is beautiful about this discussion right now is that I think all of us can agree that the point actually is not pandemics. Pandemics was only the tool showing us what kind of issues we have in civil society regarding privacy, understanding what privacy is about, because privacy means also different things to different people. And this is a whole very, very deep question and issue in our society, how we want to continue. I remember there was kind of a statistics saying that in the past 2 years, there were 90% of data aggregated of all data worldwide, meaning that by each and every year, we collect more and more and more data. And the question is how we want to treat it, how we want to, what is our idea? It is not about GDPR or any other rule, although I believe that what Paul said, that perhaps we need an additional legislation, would make sense. Yes, because perhaps we see that some things don't fit. So why don't we align our reality with the laws? But this is a very, very, very critical discussion we need to have everywhere, in the parliaments, in the civil society, because this is not a question of pandemics anyway. It is about how we want to continue with digitization. And I'm just reading the comments. So I mean, we're running out of time, and we are even over the time, but for me it is important to give you the last word to conclude on what is your approach? What is your idea of how we should continue in a European-wide, in finding European-wide solutions on the issues we raised, perhaps not only towards pandemics, but towards the whole concept of privacy. So I will just first ask Paul to give your comments on that.
I have two beginning points of solutions. One is a much wider use of sunset clauses for any kind of interfering legislation. So it auto expires unless it is explicitly renewed following a parliamentary debate. Two is much better accountability for all of those processing personal data with much stricter requirements on what to demonstrate also in public.
Okay, thank you, Paul. So, Asen, what's your idea?
Well, I guess I also see this discussion in the chat that we're talking about, even though the same piece of legislation is enforced in all EEA region, the interpretation is quite different. So I guess we would, of course, use one framework legislation to at least provide the minimum guarantees or safeguards within society. But I guess also on the other hand of strengthening the privacy rights is also, again, what I spoke in my speech, that the digital literacy of individuals, because we saw that the children, for example, do not have enough digital literacy to protect their rights. They are not aware of what they're actually giving to the online world, as well as maybe older generations. So I guess to actually increase the strength and for a better protection of privacy, we also need to increase the digital literacy and start to work on this in the society.
Thank you, Asen. This is very, very important what you said. And I believe this is a lot about being informed what actually happens, especially for children. So when we are talking about children, Maike is the right person to tell us on what would be your idea of how to solve it, or on a solution.
I'd like to point out that we really have to increase the digitalization in schools, and I'm afraid that I'm not sure if it's going backwards after after Corona or after another lockdown anyway. And I also want to point out that I think it's a big problem that the ministry or the administration acts often very, very slow. And in this time, we have to be very quick in acting and quick in getting knowledge in how we can show digitalization. Sorry, in schools.
Okay, thank you, Maike. I believe that being ready and being quick is also very important, because the world outside is changing that quick that we have barely no option. Otherwise, we will be somewhere very much behind. So, Teresa, what would be your approach, a potential solution, or how do you think we can manage the situation?
Yeah, I think the one point I would like to make at the end of this ties back to what I've said at the beginning. I think good policy making, good solution finding, be it on a level of digitization in general or data protection, works only with civil society and with all the stakeholders who need to be involved, with the communities who need to be involved. So I think forums like this or the IGF or other forums are a really good way, and policymakers should kind of tap into the vast resources which are out there in order to make their policies better.
Yeah, inclusion is definitely and involving a civil society is definitely something we need to do, and I think there is even no other way, because otherwise we will lose a big part of the population, just leaving them behind. So now we are definitely ran out of time, and I would like to close this session, this workshop, and saying that it was very interesting for me, at least. Hopefully it was also interesting for you. It was really interesting on seeing what I expected it would be like while planning and what we had right now. And thank you. That's why thank you so much for those who participated here. I think somehow we discussed the potential solution, so it's not the way that we now know, okay, there is no solution and we somehow need to get along with this. No, there are solutions, and it's up to us, all of us, or public sector, politics, administrative bodies, whoever, to work on this solution. So I'm somehow confident and optimistic that we will find our way, even though this is a hard process. But good things never come easy. So I hope that somehow all of you who are participating in this session today will have an impact on finding and implementing a solution. And it was very nice meeting you here. So once again, many thanks for your time. I hope you enjoyed the session, and a special thank you to all the key participants who participated in this session. I really value your time, and thank you for having you here. And what else we can say? Stay safe.
Olga, the session is not over. We need to have the messages from the rapporteur right now. That's the end of the session. So Arvin, the floor is yours. Yes.
Thanks for the studio, and sorry, Olga. Yeah, at the end, we will just. I will just shortly. You kind of concluded over everything, but just shortly. I'm Arvin from Geneva Internet Platform. We provide the reports from the EuroDIG sessions, and so far, I would like to have a couple of messages from this session, which I just drafted, regarding the discussion we had. Just to know, these are not the final messages. These are just like, an overview. So it would be nice if I can read them. And if you don't have any strong disagreement with this, or you do have it, please let me know. And we can go through it. So this will be published as a first overview of this session on the EuroDIG and GAP website, but later full report of the session will be also available. So please just let's go through it. Is it correct? Do you find anything which is was not in a spirit of discussion? So for the first part of the session, which I kind of highlighted, is that you can see it now on the screen, but okay, let's read it. In the field of online participation, online work, we need to start to introduce more thorough privacy policies and appropriate training, of course, for present and future remote industry, meaning that we can start now, and that would be cool. Another point is, of course, digital literacy, mentioned here many times, to prevent increased attacks and users in the financial sector. This is having in mind all sorts of scams, attacks amplified during the period of extensive use of online finance. So is this okay with you guys? Okay, good. So we can go to the next message. With the introduction of online tools and telemedicine. This one is kind of a really great example mentioned here. Well, with the introduction of online tools in telemedicine, online education in public sector, kind of a sector which was not discussed overall in tech community. Well, big task will be actively promote the idea that data protection is not an obstacle to productivity or invention or products overall, but instead great products need to have this implemented. And as an example of Corona tracking discussion, which was, anyone have anything objection on it or wording? I would add education in first paragraph. Okay, cool. Thanks, Yor. I see this. Okay, and as the last one, it's a kind of a scope of this post on, let's say, question and answers part of the session, which is even with the GDPR in place, compliance services often overlooked in a search of the right balance, of course, on tech advancements and rights of users. inclusivity and others. So good way forward might be to see what is a specific goal for a regulation and address that particular issue. Okay, I see your comments in a chat now. Okay, we can change that.
Just Marianne here. Is that okay?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. You just to replace privacy with data protection or something, because yeah.
I second what Marianne said.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was my 4 or 5 main messages. Thank you. Thank you, Olga.
Thank you, Arvin, and see you. Keep safe, keep healthy, and hopefully, perhaps next year we meet in person and we see that we have got very good, a very good, proper plan on how to solve the issues we identified today. So thanks once again for having me here, and bye-bye.
Bye all.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, for those who are joining the room now, we are now in breakout rooms, and you can go into room 1, 2, or 3, each with a moderator and a subject matter expert. So if you're interested in going, you can go into the breakout room by clicking on the 4 squares in the bottom right-hand corner, or you send me a message and I will be sending you to one of your chosen breakout rooms. Hello and welcome to Studio Bruges. If you're interested, you can join the breakout sessions in the different rooms. In room 1, you can find can EU regulation support the European public sphere? In room 2, the European mediascape and trusted content. And room 3, can self and co-regulation contribute to the public sphere? If you're interested, please don't hesitate to go to the breakout rooms, which you can find in the bottom right-hand corner. Or otherwise, if you would like to, you could ask me to send you to one of the rooms. Welcome to those who are just joining in Studio Bruges. My name is Nadia and I'm your studio host. We are currently in breakout sessions. You can find a moderator and some guest speakers in each of the subject rooms. If you are interested, I can send you into those rooms now, or you could navigate yourself there if you click on the 4 squares in the bottom right-hand corner. Hello and welcome to Studio Bruges. For those of you who are interested, we are currently in breakout sessions. There are 3 different rooms. In room 1, you can find can EU regulations support the European public sphere? In room 2, the European mediascape and trusted content. And room 3, can self and co-regulation contribute to the public sphere? You're welcome to go into the rooms yourself, or if you need any assistance, please let me know and I will send you to the right room of your interest. So thank you very much. Studio Belgrade is a different Zoom room. For this, you should go back into the Gather town, or if you give me 1 second, I can try and provide you direct assistance. For those who are just joining us, hello from Studio Bruges. My name is Nadia and I'm your studio host. In Studio Bruges, we are currently in the session about the European mediascape, and we are currently in breakout rooms. If you're interested to go into the breakout rooms, I'm more than happy to assist with you, or you can move to the breakout rooms yourself by clicking on the 4 squares in the bottom right corner. But if you're interested in another session in Room Belgrade, you can go back into the Gather space and the help desk will be able to serve you to go to the Studio Belgrade. Thank you very much. I'm the studio host. If you are here for the session on the European Mediascape, we are currently in breakout room sessions. However, if you're looking for Studio Belgrade, please send me a private message and I'm happy to assist you to get to Studio Belgrade. You're one of the key participants for Studio Belgrade on the session on competition in the digital ecosystem, Euro and beyond. Can I help you and direct you to Studio Belgrade? I've sent you a private message. For those who are just joining us, my name is Nadia, I'm your studio host, and we are currently in focus session 4 on the European Mediascape, and we are currently in breakout rooms. You're very welcome to go into one of the breakout sessions, and I'm very happy to assist you to get there. Otherwise, you can also go into the breakout rooms yourself. In the bottom right-hand corner, you see 4 squares. If you click on them, you can choose in which room you would like to go to. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. So am I key participant for the session of competition?
Yes, I believe
the direct link that was sent to me for Zoom session.
May I give you another direct link? I'm just sending it to you in chat, and then you'll be able to go directly into Studio Belgrade.
Okay.
You should receive it right now. Wonderful. I'll see you later then. Thank you. Hello everyone, we are currently in the breakout rooms, but the breakout rooms will end at 4:30 and the session will recommence at 4:45. So we invite you to come back to Studio Bruges at 4:45 for the continuation of the final part of focus sections work.
Good afternoon. Let's start this session. We will be talking about delay tolerant network. As a first thing, I would like to propose a poll, a question to all participants. And I will share the screen. Actually, let me do this. It's a bit... I'm not an expert of these tools, and you can clearly see that. So here we go. So this is the first question to the audience. I have no idea, besides the experts that are here, how much delay tolerant networks are well known. So in order to have an assessment of this, I would like to have this, to launch this poll to you. I will put an instruction in the chat if you don't see it. And you need to go to www.menti.com and use the code 10890356 in order to answer this poll. You can start when you want. I think that we can have then an indication of what is the, what kind of audience we do have. So the plan, while you are answering this question, I will explain a bit the plan of the session. We would like to start with an introduction by Vint Cerf that will explain to us what is the delay tolerant, what this is all about, what this technology, delay tolerant technology is about. Unfortunately, I don't see Vint yet. I'm being told that he is coming. Okay, so I'll continue talking and we stay with the plan. In the meantime, while you continue the poll, then we will have Oscar Garcia, who is in the board of the Interplanetary Network Special Interest Group, if I got it, if I did remember that right. That will talk about the work of the interplanetary for interplanetary communication. Then we are going back to the Earth with an example of application of the delay tolerant network on the Earth with the nomadic population in northern well, actually northern Scandinavia. And then we will close because after having been on the sky and on the surface, we go underground to talk about another application that is in the Postojna caves. I will introduce then the speakers when is their turn. So I see Vint in the room. I have Vint. Good afternoon. I've made you co-host. Let me just summarize the result of this slide, and then I'll relinquish the screen so that you can share your screen with your presentation. So what I get here is that the modal value is some basic knowledge. So we have a couple of experts that are probably some of the presenters. One absolute beginner, welcome to the world of delay tolerant networks, and a couple of people with advanced knowledge, but the modal value is some basic knowledge. So we will keep that also in mind for the presentation. I think I have spoken too much. I stop my sharing, and Vint, you have the floor.
Okay, I will see if I can get my presentation up. Let's see, we want to get to window, and we want to get to, there we go, share. And let's see, I hope that you're seeing what I am seeing. What you should be seeing, though, is this slide, and I'll go to full screen. So let me ask, can you see that correctly? I'm not hearing anybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. You should be seeing the slide that says Pathfinder Reconnaissance Orbiter. Is that right?
Yeah, we see.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. Okay. The problem is I can't see you anymore because I'm just looking at the slides.
Yeah.
So, so first of all, thank you very much for giving the Interplanetary Network Special Interest Group an opportunity to tell you about where we are with delay and disruption tolerant networking. This all starts with a series of missions to Mars from the US initially, although there are other countries that have made missions to Mars as well. Most recently, of course, China, for example, and the United Arab Emirates. And the Russians, of course, have made a number of attempts as well. So these series of successful missions have driven a group of us to believe that we should be developing an interplanetary extension of the internet. The initial work was done with the help of the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory in particular, and also MITRE Corporation. So we have successfully made a number of landings on Mars, as you all know. Perhaps the most important recent one was, not recent, but the most important one after the Pathfinder, which landed in 1996, or actually launched in 96 and landed in 97, was Spirit and Opportunity, which landed in January of 2004. The plan was to deliver data directly from the surface of Mars to Earth at 28 kilobits a second. And the radios overheated, which caused the engineers to reduce the duty cycle and made the scientists very grumpy. But it turned out that there were X-band radios on board both the spacecraft on Mars and also the orbiters that preceded the spacecrafts to map the surface of Mars to figure out where the rover should go. So the rovers and the orbiters were reprogrammed with a version of the CCSDS, Consultative Committee on Space Data Systems File Delivery Protocol, which is a store and forward protocol, which all of you will recognize as packet switching, in order to push the data up to the orbiter when it got overhead. And then the orbiter would hang on to that data until it got to the right place in its orbit to deliver the data to what's called the Deep Space Network. These are 3 70-meter dishes that are on Earth looking out towards the solar system with a great deal of sensitivity, so they could pick up even weak signals in order to receive the data. So since 2004, all of the missions that the US has sent to Mars have been delivering their data through this relay system, the store and forward relay system. So in 98, right after the Pathfinder mission landed successfully for the first time in 97 on Mars, after a 20-year gap, in 76, we had the 2 Viking landers successfully arriving on Mars, and then nothing worked for 20 years. So the Pathfinder arrives, and in 2004, and in 1998, we get together at JPL and we say, why don't we do an interplanetary backbone to support manned and robotic space exploration? Why don't we use TCP/IP? It works on Earth, so it ought to work on Mars. Then we started doing the math, and we realized that because of the variable distance between Earth and Mars and their respective orbits, that the round trip times could be anywhere from 7 to 40 minutes. TCP flow control does not work very well with a 40-minute round trip time. DNS lookup doesn't work very well either, because you do request an IP address from the domain name system while you're on Mars, and you get an answer back, if you're lucky, 40 minutes later, by which time the IP address may actually have changed on Earth because the target was mobile. So we needed to do some very different architectures in order to accommodate a range of parameters that were pretty different from the ones that made TCP/IP work well on Earth. So we explored this idea of delay and disruption tolerant networking. You can see the delay, obviously, but the disruption is there too. The planets are rotating and we don't know how to stop that. So if there's something on the surface that you're talking to and the planet rotates, you have to wait till it comes back around again. Same problem with the orbiting satellites. So NASA, along with the European Space Agency, the Japanese Space Agency, the Korean Space Agency, and the Consultative Committee on Space Data Systems began working on the delay and disruption tolerant networking during this period from 1998 to the present. We developed something that we now call the bundle protocol. It does a delayed name resolution so that first you figure out which planet you're going to, and you get there before you ask where on that planet do I find the destination. So it's sort of like doing a two-step DNS lookup. The second and very important thing, aspect of the bundle protocol, unlike TCP/IP, is that we actually store data in the network. So for example, if you're going through a multi-hop from Earth to, say, Jupiter, and you're stopping by way of a relay that's in orbit around Mars, you don't want to throw the data away just because the Mars relay doesn't have the Jupiter relay in contact, or the Jupiter target in contact at the moment when it receives the data. Unlike TCP/IP, which says if I don't have a path to the destination, I'm throwing the data away. That's because memory was expensive back then. It isn't so expensive now. So the idea is to hold the data in the network until the links come back up and then transmit the data forward. So that's a very different architecture than TCP/IP. The other problem we ran into is that because of the variability and length of the delay, the latencies in the system, network management in an interactive way doesn't work very well. You know, ping is not your friend here. If you ping something and it takes 40 minutes to a day to get an answer back, you're not getting the kind of interaction that you have become accustomed to in the internet. So we have a very new network management philosophy, which is more like remote execution, where you send a set of things to be done, and it goes once and it lands and then it gets executed and then stuff comes back. So that's a very different mechanism. Now, at the beginning of this program, the first thing that I told my team there is I did not want a headline that said 15-year-old takes over MarsNet. It's bad enough that we have, the attacks against things right now in the earthbound internet, but I didn't want that to happen on Mars or anyplace else. So we built in to the bundle protocols strong authentication and encryption in order to protect against abuse. And so that's a fundamental, core part of the design. And then in terms of routing, it turns out that for many of these architectures, since we can compute the orbits of the various spacecraft, or at least the trajectories of the spacecraft, we can know when contacts are possible. And so we can create a contact graph, which basically says, this is when these two things can talk to each other. And that helps us figure out how to route traffic through the network. So I'm not going to go into great detail here, except to just convey to you all the stuff that's gone on with the space agencies, especially within NASA, but also with the others. So we did some direct testing of the protocols, prototype protocols, with the Deep Impact spacecraft that was used in the EPOXI mission, which visited 2 comets. So we tested this in situ with the EPOXI spacecraft. Then we've been testing since 2009 on the International Space Station. So the bundle protocols are being used today to support crew interactions with Earth. We did a Meteron experiment with the ESA team in order to show that we could do real-time control if the latencies were low. So there's a little robot that was controlled directly by a crew member on the International Space Station, so that we have this ability to do real-time if, in fact, the latencies are low. We also did a high bandwidth test using a lunar laser communication system, which was bouncing a laser off of an orbiting spacecraft around the moon. And we did that, demonstrated a 622 megabit per second capability using optical comms, which is of great interest to everyone in order to increase the data rate that we can achieve to pull data back. from our various exploratory spacecraft. We did some interoperability testing between implementations of ION at NASA and JAXA in 2013. There is an IETF working group was set up in 2014 to standardize the bundle protocols and the liquider transmission protocols. And so that's been going on since 2014. The Consultative Committee on Space Data Systems, which is a UN agency that standardizes these kinds of things, has been working in parallel with IETF on standardization of the bundle protocol and adjacent protocols that are part of that protocol suite. And we've also had a wonderful project at the Luleå University in Sweden, way up in the north, to use DTN techniques in order to allow the Sami reindeer herders to keep track of the reindeer. So they're wearing little radios around their necks, and they can be tracked using the delay and disruption tolerant networking protocols, just as a demonstration of an opportunistic connectivity in the system. We have implementations right now for Android, for example, from the Technische Universität in Braunschweig. NASA, sometime back, did a 90-day study on implementation and deployment and decided to move into implementation mode as opposed to research and development mode. So we're in the process right now at NASA in doing implementation of the bundle protocols. The software for this is open source. It's available at GitHub for both the ION implementation from NASA and the IBR DTN implementation from Braunschweig. We are working on getting DTN onto the TDRS system and also the Deep Space Network. And at the moment, we are looking forward to DTN for Artemis and Gateway. I just want to emphasize that there is a difference between the people who are doing all of the work at NASA and the space agencies and the IPN-SIG. IPN-SIG is promoting all of this. Some of the members of IPN-SIG are also working on this, including the vice chairman, for example, Scott Burley. So there's an overlap, but IPN-SIG is an interest group. It's not responsible necessarily for doing all the stuff that I just described. That's being done by the space agencies and eventually will help by the private sector that's engaged now in supporting space exploration. So I think that's my last slide, and I'll stop sharing because I think you want to hear now from some of the other speakers.
Yes, thank you very much, Vint. And before going to the next speaker, while I introduce the next speaker, let me share the screen for the second question. You have been talking about the protocol and defining what was the original problem. Now the question is whether people believe that the delay tolerant network can solve some problem related to our daily routine, things that have an impact on our daily life. And while while you vote, I'm introducing the next speaker, that is Oscar Garcia, that is in the board of the Interplanetary Network Special Interest Group. I'll give just another few seconds and then I'll stop my screen to let Oscar. I think we have a sufficient sample. The vast majority, almost everybody, thinks that it will provide solutions to some problem, with one person that thinks it's going to be a game changer. And I wonder whether that is Vint or anyway. So people believe that it will have an impact, and there's going to be interest in this, which makes me think that we should already start thinking about another session on this in 2022. So I'll stop sharing my screen and give the floor to Oscar. Oscar, please, you have the floor. Just one other thing. I think that it's better if we have all the questions at the end, because otherwise we maybe a lot of people will ask questions to Vint, and then there's not enough time for the rest. Oscar, please go on.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you very much. Can you get me well?
Yes.
We can hear.
Yes.
But
okay,
we're not.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Vint, for also the presentation of the bundle protocol and the development of about all this. Well, my name is Oscar Garcia. I am the pilot projects working group lead of the Interplanetary Networking Special Interest Group. And I'm going to start sharing my screen so you can follow. Can you see there?
It's blank right now, but let's see what. Okay. There we go. It says thank you.
You see.
There we are. Yes.
Great. I'm going to make it full screen if I can. Here we go. Well, the mission of the interplanetary networking, the IPN-SIG, is to realize a functional, unscannable system for interplanetary data communications, as Vinton has been explaining. Our group, the IPN-SIG, started in 2002. That was some years, but not so much, 5 years after the first discussions about the interplanetary networking were performed. So we are nearly 20 years now of development. We are divided in several work groups that are strategy, outreach, documentation, technical documentation specifically, and pilot projects that I lead. We have a global participation of 787 members that are distributed all around the world in all the continents, as you can see. We have been working in several developments over the years, but in the last, I will mention some developments of members of the IPN-SIG that are from the last year. In November 27 last year, 2020, we developed the first DTN communication in cloud servers with Dr. Larissa Suzuki at Google London, myself, Oscar Garcia, and with Vinton helping us, and he sponsored this project. This was the first time that this DTN communications at least publicly has been used to make connections between cloud servers. Also, in last February, a DTN network management system was developed for one of the members of our group, the Spatial Corporation. Also, you can see that we have in development a testbed of 100 servers that's worked by Dr. Ronnie Bull and our team in the Utica College that's in the state of New York in the United States. We can also mention that Dr. Larissa Suzuki is working in with artificial intelligence and transferring images on DTN and making interpretation on them with this technology of artificial intelligence, and also routing clouds on DTN and multicasting. Well, one project that was highlighted on Vint also is the DTM for reindeer husbandry, and well, Maria Uden and Samo Grasic are going to make a deeper explanation of all this. And in my group and team, we have developed the Unified Medical Records for space exploration that connects the health records on Earth with possibly utilization of this technology on space. So the medical records could be available on space exploration. And this is a new project that we are launching pretty soon. That's a testing plan for interplanetary internet. So some volunteers on Earth can be part of this testing plan from their personal computers, even testing the DTM protocols. If you're interested, you can send an email to dtntech@ipnsic.org. I will refresh this later, and we will contact you. And this is a project that very new that was developed with the utilization of the OPSAT, that is a space lab of the European Space Agency, allowing the connection between different implementations of the bundle protocol. In this case, it was utilized the version developed by D3TN GmbH from Germany, an European company, and the ION protocol developed by GPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and connecting also with interpretation of images with artificial intelligence, as I commented before. So this is very interesting development that was highlighted also by the ESA, the European Space Agency Twitter. Well, and in other areas that are related to the internet governance, we set up a space internet governance webinar. Vinton was there, and Scott Burley was the moderator with Dr. Scott Pace. Well, that was a year. It's online, so you can review it if you would like to. And finally, I will mention that today is the publishing date of the strategy working group report talking about the development of the solar system internet. And Vinto, would you like to make some comments on this and before I make a closing of my presentation?
Yes, thank you so much, Oscar. We're all very excited about offering this document. We're very humble about this. We know that the IPN-SIG, although there's almost 800 of us, are not necessarily capable of building and operating the solar system internet, but we would like to get there. We would like people to think their way through what is going to be needed in order to achieve the objective. And you might ask, why would we want to do that at all? And the answer is we want to support space exploration with manned and robotic instruments, and that number of those devices, including people, will be increasing over time. And so having a backbone network in the solar system serving in the same way that the internet does on Earth seems like a very important objective. And so we've laid out our thoughts on how to get there, and we look forward to you and others helping us refine these ideas. And so there are ways of getting in touch with us after you get a copy of this report. It will be available in soft copy form as of today. Thank you, Oscar.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, this is my end slide. Thank you very much for having letting us show all our developments. You have there our website, and my email there is Oscar Garcia, IPNSIC gmail.com. So thank you, Roberto, and for the invitation.
Thank you, Oscar. I'm also being reminded of two things. One, that we need also to somehow address policy issues that are related to the European internet governance. I think it's a little bit difficult in a session like this. And we knew that already from the start. The second thing, I'm reminded that we have a plenary starting at 17:30 local time, that is 15:30 UTC, so basically in half an hour, and we need to close on time and give also the time to the reporter to draw some messages from as a result from this session. So without further ado, I would introduce the first speaker. I believe it's Samo Grasic, that with Maria Uden and also Avri Doria was involved in that project, have developed the project to provide connectivity using DTN to the nomadic population of Sami. That has already been mentioned by Vint. Please, Samo, go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Roberto. Can you hear me all?
Yes.
Okay, and you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So first, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting us to this session. My name is Samo Grasic, and I work as a developer at Dalvadis Economical Association in Sweden. And this presentation was made jointly with Maria Uden from Luleå Technical University. As you can see, this photo kind of in the background shows and illustrates well, I think, the conditions that we're facing out on the field. And it was taken from this spring maintenance time when we maintain most of the base stations. So I'd like to start to say a few words first about the project that we work in right now. So current work is conducted under the project that aims to provide safer work environments for reindeer herders. The project is managed by Anneli Pavio, and it's hosted at Dalvadis Economical Association. This economical association is some sort of umbrella association that encompasses 4 Sami villages in the northern part of Sweden and involves almost 200 individual reindeer herders. As you see, we're located in these yellow areas on this small map that I show. Yeah. So throughout the yearly seasons, reindeer herders are moving their herds through different pasture lands. A rather large mountain area, approximately 200 by 200 kilometers big, close to the Norwegian border, lacks any kind of internet or power ICT infrastructures due to strict national park policies. And this challenges reindeer herders' work environment and their safety, as they have troubles to communicate. So if I return to a bit to the idea of using DTN for terrestrial use, so the idea was first introduced by Avri Doria, Anders Lingen, Olof Kjellén in early 2000, and it was later on implemented in the M4C project that Maria Uden led. And the basic idea was to use hikers, helicopters, and snowmobiles as data mules. So most of these villages are really far from each other. There's kind of a 20 to 30 kilometers distance between them, but they're frequently used by hikers, and there's also many helicopter flights scheduled in. So, and we hand out the various devices to these people that were involved in this test, and they were transferring data back and forth to the field using these small devices. The goal of the current project is to build a reliable reindeer tracking service, provide short messaging communication service to the reindeer herders, and extend the current network coverage with the use of drone as in-the-air base stations that can actually hover and collect the data. And this is, I think, it's a bit of a difference between the M4C and the work that we've done before, where we kind of ran fully bundle stack protocols that ran on the Linux machines and current platform that I will talk about right now, that it's much more constrained, and it doesn't provide such a large bandwidth as we did in the M4C project. So this platform is tailor-made for reindeer herders, and it's designed to withstand the harsh Arctic winter conditions. It is important to mention here that there is a large market of GPS tracking devices, but none of them is actually suitable for our scenario. For instance, even rather costly GPS tractors that upload data over the satellites are not applicable in our scenario, as you need internet connectivity to show the GPS positions of the reindeer on actual phone. So the platform was designed for highly power constrained environment, an entire system round of the batteries. Base stations are equipped with solar panels in order to charge them. All the way during the long Arctic winter conditions, we do not get basically any solar power for 3 to 4 months. In addition, harsh cold affects the battery chemistry and significantly reduce the battery capacity. LoRaDTN is a lightweight store and forward protocol, and we're trying to save energy on every transmitted byte. I do need to mention here that thanks to the IPN6 support, the entire system was built around the DTN architecture, which is quite important as it allows us later on to extend the GPS tracking service to other services such as short messaging, and we can carry basically any kind of payload over this network. We are using the off-the-shelf LoRa radios on the 433 megahertz ISM band with high gain antenna. This combination gives us a rather good range up to 60 kilometers, despite the very low power transmissions. The entire network is synchronized in order to further extend the battery life. This allows us to basically put most of the devices to sleep, and they wake to sleep mode, and they wake up 4 times per hour on average to exchange the data. It is worth to say as well that in order to say development, the entire system was built on the Arduino development boards, and all the plastic components are 3D printed in order to adapt to various conditions and development phases. So now I'll present shortly the LoRaDTN components. So the first one is the reindeer GPS tracking collar. It's equipped with a rather large battery in order to give us from 1 to 5 years battery life. This is quite important as these collars can be accessed only once per year when reindeer herds are gathered. The second component are base stations. Most of them are actually mobile. We have a couple of fixed ones. And the reason why we made them mobile is so that we can deploy them where and when we actually need them. So they're actually built on these sledges so that they can be moved around during the winter with the snowmobiles. The crucial part, I think, of these latest deployments are actually pocket nodes. So these small devices are carried around by the reindeer herders and are used as interfaces between the LoRaDTN network and the mobile app on the smartphone. It's done over the Bluetooth. In case you are out of the LoRaDTN range, they can also be attached to the drone, fly higher up, and until you actually get access to the network. By doing this, we managed to significantly extend the range of the already deployed network. And as the last, and I think quite a vital part of this network is actually our mobile application called NomaTrack. It's available for Android and iOS systems. And its function is to show GPS position of reindeers and work colleagues on the map. It provides a short messaging functions. And most important feature of the app is that it remains fully functional even without internet connectivity. So basically all the data is actually locally buffered and then synchronized as soon as you reach any kind of internet connectivity. I would like to conclude with a couple of challenges that we're still facing. We are still investigating what kind of economical model can be applied for this network, and I think this touches directly to the governance issue as well. We believe that in order to keep this network alive, it's quite important that the reindeer herders themselves actually as well own and maintain this network. And this is particularly important because in order to access one of these remote base stations, it's rather costly to send an external actor to the field. We're also working on a LoRa DTN to the ION DTN translator at the moment. So far, we were actually able to exchange the messages between our highly constrained LoRa DTN region and ION DTN region that IPN SIG is building. Routing of the traffic, it's slowly becoming an issue as our network is less partitioned as we expected or anticipated due to the rather long radio links. And then it's these classical snow and ice formations that are damaging our antennas. We're still trying to solve this in some way. At the moment, it seems like the wind turbulences are actually causing the biggest damages, actually. And then at the end, I would like to mention as well the radio interference problems that we have with commercial drones, and that's due to the hardly powered video transmitters on the DJI drones. So, and as our LoRa radios are very, very sensitive and they operate on very low powers, it is very important not to have a strong transmitter. So we try different filters, we try different methods. The only method that actually helped us so far was to actually hang maybe 1.5 meter hang the pocket nodes 1.5 meter under the drone to get a bit of distance from the drones themselves. With this, I would like to thank you all for attention and close my presentation.
Thank you, Samo. That was extremely interesting. And I have to make a comment. Internet is for everyone. And we have situations in which we need to apply new technologies and innovative solutions to bring the internet to populations that would be otherwise not well served. This happens with community networks, and that happens with DTN. So maybe one of the points that we can draw from your presentation is exactly that we need to pay attention to the underserved communities and find innovative solutions to cover that. Maybe another point could be have some regulation about the use of frequencies so that different applications can coexist. But that's a wider issue. So let me go to the last presentation that, as I said, will move us underground and exactly in the Postojna caves that are not far away from Trieste, although they are in a different country. Now, you know, here in this area, borders change quite often. So you'll never know what's happening tomorrow. So I understand that is Boštjan Grašić who will do the presentation. We are in the Guinness of records for having two presenters with the same last name in the same session. Boštjan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, well, we are also related. Okay. So hello to everyone. I hope you can see me and you see my presentation, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Boštjan Grašić. I come from Mace Research-oriented company from Slovenia. At the beginning, I would also like to acknowledge the authorship of this presentation by my colleagues, Primož Mlakar, Maria Zlata Božnar, Darko Popović, and Professor Franci Gabrušek from Karst Research Institute from Postojna. So Postojna cave is a large tourist cave. It's actually a cave system over 20 kilometers long. There are also 5 kilometers long tourist routes. Among these 3.8 kilometers approximately, there's a railway. This railway is taking tourists inside the cave to see the most beautiful part of the cave, and then it brings them also out. So to protect our cave, we installed inside the Postojna cave several micrometeorological stations. You can see them on this left map. They are denoted with red dots. And on the next slide, you can see that we have inside our Postojna cave 3 stations that are located near the railway. One of these stations, this one in the middle, is also connected to the legacy internet. So it's perfectly suited to bring the data out of the cave. But we have a problem how to get the data from other 2 stations. One is at the entrance, it's Vodopad, and the second is Pisani Row inside the cave, because they are not connected to the legacy internet, and we don't have any other means how to transfer data. So we got during the M4C project idea to use the DTN network to transfer data from the cave to our office's database. So this train that is going through the cave has a known driving schedule, except during Corona when the cave was closed and we didn't have any data during that time. So the idea for the DTN design was to, I will repeat it, so to transfer data from these 2 meteorological stations by train mule to the Kongresna Dvorana station, where we have a gateway to the legacy internet. For the implementation of the DTN, we used the Prophet DTN implementation that was primarily developed during the M4C project that started in 2008, and it was led by Luleå Technical University by Professor Maria Oden. This implementation was parallelly developed also in years after the M4C ended. And on this slide, I would like to emphasize that we didn't go directly to the Postojna cave with our DTN network. We firstly started to test it in our private cars. So my colleague and I, we have also meteorological station at our homes, and we collect data there, and we put these mules first into our private cars, and we bring the data from our homes to offices every day in cars. And when the technology was enough mature to be put in testbed in Postojna cave, then we also implemented there. So the hardware that we used in the Postojna, in our DTN network, was the meteorological stations that are installed inside the Postojna cave. Then we also developed a low power embedded computer named Enoda, which ran a Linux operating system for the connection between the data mules on the trains and the station nodes. We use ad hoc Wi-Fi connections. And on the lower picture, you can see that how we mounted these data mules on the top of the trains. And this is the inside of the data mule, equipped with the battery pack that can last approximately 2, or in best case 3 weeks. And then we actually took 2 mules so that we can exchange it. When one is empty, we put another one on the train. So since 2014, we are also collecting long-term database of all the meteorological data and also of all the data about our DTN network. So we have a full database of logs when the connections were made between the mules and the stations, and what were delivery delay times. So the delivery delay time is for us time that a time between when between the data is measured and the time when it arrives to the to our database. So in our meteorological world, we know that meteorological data are not instant as we are usually in legacy internet in milliseconds. We are quite satisfied if our meteorological data is delivered in 5 to 10 minutes after it's measured. So on the lower figure, you can see also the graph of data delays of all our measured data. So we have for every 10-minute data, we have a database how long was the delivery delay. And this graph is presented here, presents 2 weeks of data. And we can see that we have the delays up to, let's say, 30 hours. So for the then we decided to put this data on delivery delay times to our novel analysis tool. We wanted to see them on another way. So we used sunflower diagram. You can read and see more about this diagram in the paper that is described on the bottom of this presentation, on this slide. But the main idea of this sunflower diagram is that we have a radial frequency diagram. And you can see on this, and it's especially suitable for the variables that have diurnal cycle. So on the outer circle of this diagram, you can see that there are hours of the day. So we have midnight with the moon, and we have sun at 12 o'clock. It's going in the same direction as regular clock, but we have 24 hours on this diagram instead of classical clock that has 12 hours. And when we put the data of the delivery delays on this graph, maybe I should mention that we also have a legend here that each spike that is made for each hour is then segmented in several segments, where we have in the middle, we have the delays that are lower than 1 hour. And the second segment is the percentage of data that percentage of delivery delay that took from 1 to 2 hours, and magenta color shows the delivery that is more than 24 hours. So we can see that in the afternoon and in the night, we have a longer delivery delays. And during the daytime, when the train is passing by the stations, we have a lower delay times, delivery delay times. So we go further with the analysis of our DTN network, and we also put on these sunflower diagrams also the data, the amount of data that has been exchanged between the data mule and each station inside the cave. So we have 3 stations: Vodopad, Pisani, Rov, and Prehod. And if we look, for example, for the Vodopad station, we can see that the data has been transferred from 7 o'clock in the morning to the 18 hours in the afternoon. And from the legends below, we can see that and from the colors of these spikes, we can see that we can transfer during each encounter of the data mule up to 2 to 5 megabytes of data. On the next slide, final, I would like to conclude that we found out the DTN technology very useful for the cases without existing, with existing schedule and no routes, and also where legacy internet infrastructure is not available. On this slide, you can see the reference to details to the paper where our DTN network is described in details. Would like also to acknowledge the financial support of our current project by the Slovenian Research Agency. I thank you for your attention, and I can also show you now the online data that is currently coming from the cave. Just put it here. On this page, you can see the data measured at Vodopad station. On this graph, we can see the data delivery times again with this with this typical shape and delay sunflower. Unfortunately, today the train didn't pass by the station. I guess it's in the remiso, or how we say, it's filling the battery. So we expect tomorrow again that the data will arrive back.
Enlarge one graph.
Yes. For example, this. Yes. If we click on the graphs, we can also enlarge them.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Boštjan. We are really getting short in time. It's too bad because I thought we could have some interesting questions. For instance, whether the diffusion of applications with DTN will create some governance issues in the same way as in the beginning of the internet, we didn't think about some of the governance issues that would have taken place afterwards. So I see one hand from Vint Cerf. I will give you the floor, Vint, but let me remind that we also need to close with the reporter that has to tell us what were the messages that she gathers from this session. So, Vint, you have the floor. Please be brief.
I only want to suggest, if we want to have a discussion further, that IPN-SIG could schedule a kind of a webinar arrangement where the EuroDIG audience and others who are interested could join us, and we could explore more about what the outcome could be for the interplanetary internet.
Thank you, Vint. That will be good. I will also figure out how we can put this information in the follow-up of this sessions so that people who eventually join afterwards can. Without losing more time, can I give the floor to the rapporteur? Adriana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Roberto. I'm your rapporteur and also your absolute beginner, so that's an interesting contrast. We usually do not encourage wordsmithing, but for this particular session, I would be grateful for your help. I hope you can see the first message. It says, DTN networks on Earth are an example of one of the early entries into the community network trend that is becoming important now. There are unexplored uses for DTN in emergencies and even under conditions of network shutdown by repressive governments. I'll give you a few seconds to react to this one.
Let me also remind that we will have time when those messages will be published to fine-tune the messages on the net.
Okay, I hear no objections, so I will consider this message to be in rough consensus with the audience. And there are 2 points that Roberto brought up, but I think there might be a bit too vague. We need to pay attention to the undeserved communities and find the normative solutions to offer them services, and we might need to consider regulation about the use of frequencies so that different applications can coexist. Would someone like to tweak this message to better connect it to DTNs? Or are we fine with the way they are?
It's Vint. I think these are fine, but I would like to ask if you could include a message that says that we're serious about the solar system internet, and that this is an attempt to look forward into the future to build it. That's well outside of the scope of what you've been mentioning in your WS16 messages.
All right, I will pick up what you said from the transcript and I will include it if that is in consensus with the audience, but I did see some nods as you were talking. So that will be fine. As long as it is within consensus, then that's fine. Is someone writing in the chat something about messages? Because I can't see, I'm sharing my screen. Could someone read it out?
Well, the message is about the regulation. Probably that point about the regulation is a bit also off top. I don't know. It can become controversial. It would raise a bit of issues, but we can discuss that over the. We definitively. I'm looking forward to the possibility of having since we have gathered some interest here to include this in the program of 2022, and I'm a bit too late in the game. Thanks to Oscar, I've made contact also with the European Space Agency, who might have a big interest in joining a session like this. So this was just to give you the taste of the topic and spawn enough interest and see you everybody in Trieste next year with a visit in person of the Postojna caves that are incredibly interesting. So with this, I'm afraid that we need to, I'm getting reminders that we should stop. Thank you all for participating, and this has been a great session. And I'm looking forward to continue this discussion also with the webinar that Vint suggested to do. Thank you in particular to Andriana, who as a complete beginner has done an excellent job getting the essential here out of this. And with this,
thank you very much.
And go to the plenary.
Thank you very much.
To all.
See you in Trieste
Thank you to
next
all
year.
the speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 So, hello back to all the studios. I understand everyone has finished now with only 5 minutes delay, which is good. And believe me, that's really hard to end the session so sharp on time. I know that our reporter of the day, let's call her this way, is at the moment based in Trieste. And I would call on Andriana from the Geneva Internet Platform to summarize the day for us. Andriana, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Sandra, I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Wonderful. You're doing a marvelous job. You just wrapped up the session on delay tolerant network and now you're wrapping up the entire day. So without further delay, over to you, Andriana.
Thank you, Sandra. We summarized the messages from day one yesterday, but today we will just dedicate time to day two. There were 2 sessions today on access and literacy, addressing accessing educational content and international access to research content and sensitive data. When it comes to educational content, we agree that it is of essential importance to have a tool that makes the discovery of educational content easier for teachers and students, regardless of the platform on which the content is hosted. Another important message is that ensuring security of trust is not only a technical matter, but also a legal one. In the existing legal framework, there are already good, solid principles which are regulating access and sharing of data. To ensure that the maximum of human rights is respected, the interest and welfare of the human beings shall prevail over the sole interest of society and science. On the matters of human rights, we discussed the privacy impact of COVID-19 related shifts to online activities. Participants agreed that even with the GDPR in place, compliance of services is often overlooked. In the search of the right balance on the tech advancements and rights of the users, a good way forward might be to see what the specific goal is and then address that particular issue. Data protection will look differently for different users, and we might actually need to talk on how the future of data protection will look like. The discussions on innovation and economic issues tackled 5G user perspective and implementation and competition in the digital ecosystem. On 5G, participants found agreement that 5G networks may bring not only benefits for the users, but also risks about security and privacy. What we need to do is conduct a thorough assessment of all the risks, including consequences for future occupation, health, environment, and involve industry and other stakeholders to address these issues while deploying 5G networks. On competition, it was underlined that the new European rules on competition in the digital landscape should aim to be simple and efficient. Simple, clear rules will help smaller companies to understand them and follow them without profound legal expertise. Efficient rules are needed to tackle monopolies before it's too late to break them up, when they usually establish themselves very fast in the digital environment. The discussions on media and content tackled media literacy and best practices for self and co-regulation of platforms. One crucial aspect to media literacy is to educate the audience that, in most cases, determines the context of a message by bringing all kinds of prior information, including knowledge, experience, and attitudes while determining that context. On best practices of self and co-regulating of platforms, it was underlined that these governance models are challenged with the need to reconcile different accountability and power structures that exist within them. They should have internal and legal and external legitimacy, and that means that externally the model has to be recognized for the quality and timeliness of its decisions, while internally it needs to have robust checks and balances. When it comes to security and crime, there was one focus session dedicated to that today. We discussed NIS2 and the cybersecurity agenda. And what we as a community decided is that more clarity is needed on accountability and the roles of different entities under the scope of NIS2. It was also noted that it might be worth further looking into or discussing horizontal versus vertical approaches when defining the scope and seeking alignment between NIS2 and other instruments. And finally, we discussed the delay-tolerant network, the session that ended just a few minutes ago that I reported from. I was the absolute beginner, the only absolute beginner in the session, and also the rapporteur. That was an interesting contrast. I had a good time. The message that we underlined is that the solar system internet effort is a serious attempt to plan for a real network to support manned and robotic exploration of the solar system. Sandra, that will be all from my side. Back to you.
Thank you, Adriana, for this very concise sum up of the day. Of course, you can all watch the whole thing in length, in depth. Now, without losing time, let's go to our final important guest that we are very happy to introduce, Mr. Christoph Schubert. He is the High Representative of the Prime Minister for European Digital Policy from Poland. Poland will be the host of the IGF, the global IGF in Katowice this year, hopefully with a physical component, and will give us some thoughts about global economic recovery, investing in digital transformation. Happy to have you here, Christoph Schubert.
Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
So as I heard, you had a very busy and very interesting time during the day. So a lot of very interesting topics. And now I would like to turn an angle a little bit and be more focused on the financial side and the business perspective of digital transformation and spend a couple of minutes on this. So ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm truly honored to be here today at the EuroDIG 2021. I would like to share with you some views and ideas regarding global economic recovery and the investment in digital transformation, which is the key to really move forward. Let me start with a few words on the COVID-19 pandemic and the economy. So first of all, it's good to mention that the global economic growth was pretty weak, even pre-pandemic, and now it's outright depressed with thousands of people having lost their jobs or being forced to shut up businesses. However, as vaccination rolls out and long-lasting recovery instruments take effect, the world is hopefully on its way to emerge from devastating lockdowns into a new normal. So against this background, it's time to revisit the established patterns of growth, to move forward more with digital transformation, which is, from my perspective, really great moment to be in and to really look at. Whatever we will come out stronger from this crisis depends on how effectively and comprehensively we will address the digital challenge. As trivial as it sounds, the fact remains that today's world is defined by speed, and we see that each and every day, and the economic environment is as dynamic and as competitive as ever. The digital footprint is overreaching in production, communication, transport, energy, or healthcare. And it is bound to grow even stronger in the future with digital technologies moving on fast to whatever sector of the economy. To keep up pace, businesses must think forward and innovate. It's impossible to gain and maintain a competitive edge without investing in digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, machine learning, autonomous vehicles, edge computing, quantum computing, HPC, big data, robotics, or 5G, 6G networks. This is a new world in which multiple devices talk and learn from each other in real time. And this brings us to the challenges of a data-driven economy. It's no accident that data is often called the oil of the 21st century, as it has earned the status as commodity and can be seen as a factor of production along with land, capital, and labor. As such, data will be the engine of growth in the future. In my opinion, as a former business person from the ICT space, special consideration should be given to startups, since they will play an extremely important role in Europe's digital transformation ecosystem. I strongly believe this market deserves our strong support and that we should find ways to stimulate its development. The recent collaboration between the European Innovation Council and Startup Europe to boost digital startups seems like a very good way to go. Startups are the baseline for the success of European SMEs, which in turn might become tech unicorns. And this is the only way the EU might strive to compete in longer term with technological giants from the US and China. But the key here is funding. Yet despite the incredible potential they carry, high-tech startups find it difficult to raise scale-up capital to fully capture the growing demand for their products and services. Here comes venture capital and private equity, whose role in stimulating innovations cannot be overstated. If you look at the research and development and innovation spending in the US and China, you will see that it far exceeds EU funding. That is why we have to ensure that startups have access to more capital and that they have a chance to benefit from private investment. From that to happen, we should stimulate the interest of private investors and convince them to engage in these startup projects. Moreover, it's very important to provide support to startups not only upon their entry onto the market, but also at the later stages of development. In other words, after the startup has passed initial market verification, entered the growth and expansion stage, this is the time to help them obtain bigger investment tickets. There is also a need for the EU as a whole to get involved in the development of the European venture capital market. This can be done by creating new funds, equipping them with financial resources coming from either the European Investment Fund or other European funds or states directly, but also by building new models which could bring investments. One option could be the co-investment model, which allows for full cooperation with a domestic and experienced VC market and offers the necessary support. This solution allows existing funds to optimize their risk, greater portfolio diversification, more synergies, and have access to so-called smart money. We went to the same conclusions during the last European Digital Ministers meeting 2 weeks ago on the margin of one of the Europe's biggest startup and tech event called VivaTech. As an example, we have established a year ago in Poland the first public commercially oriented co-investment fund focused on innovative small and medium-sized enterprises in growth and expansion stage. Maybe the network of European co-investment funds from different states might be a good idea to work on and develop. At the end, I would like to take this opportunity to mention the United Nations Internet Governance Forum 2021 Poland will host from 6 to 10 December in the city of Katowice. A two-day IGF after party will follow on the 11 and 12 December too. We decided that the motto of this year's edition will be Internet United, the internet where users can exercise their rights without having their privacy violated, which is something that Poland strongly supports. We want the IGF 2021 to remain an open global meeting covering all aspects of digital transformation, featuring active participation of communities and internet associations from all over the world. So let's meet in Katowice physically in December, and you are all invited. So that's all from my side, and thank you again for inviting me to that important event.
Mr. Schubert, thank you very much. And I wish you from wholeheartedly that not only the internet will be united in Katowice in December, but also the internet governance community will find their way to Katowice, and many of them can meet physically. That's really something I wish you very much, not for yourself, but also for myself, because I think we are all done with virtual meetings. So thank you very much. And I know you have brought us a little movie that we would like to show now. It's We All Live in a Digital World, a promotion video for the IGF 2021.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
There we are again. So now it's almost the last part of our conference, and you see we have brought to the stage the people that worked hardly in the background, in particular Rainer for all the technical issues on the program, on the mailing lists, on getting the Zooms into shape, and so on and so forth, and Elisabeth, who was everywhere and in particular also responsible for organizing the EuroDIG. Thomas and I, we were basically just moderating today and drinking a cup of coffee. But then we should also thank the focal points and the org teams, because they are responsible for the shaping of the session. It's the European community that delivers the content for the EuroDIG. Our sponsors, our partners, the host, Trieste, I come back to you in a minute. Our technical team, the people from the captioning, that were in the background, and of course the Geneva Internet Platform reporters that will deliver the messages. Am I forgotten anyone?
You've forgot everyone, the participants, the weather, the football players, the balls.
Exactly. So please feel hugged from a distance, and we are trying now to find our way to Trieste. You realize that we ended up in an amphitheater in Verona. That's not that far from Trieste, actually. So let's see if we find our way to Trieste, to the right place where we actually want to be next year. Thomas, can you get away? Belgrad.
Jetzt müssen wir in derselben Reihenfolge wieder.
Ja. Nee.
Nadja, are you there? Can you hear us? Nadja, can you hear us? We want
I can hear you, but where are you? I can't find you anywhere.
Ah, there you are. Okay. Okay, but
here we are.
Here we are, but Nadja, actually,
with you.
Actually, we've been in Belgium already in 2016. So this was not the plan. Oh, I even hear an echo. That was not the plan to come back to Belgium again.
That's why.
So we are wrong. So
we are wrong. Let's go to the next place.
Yeah.
Let's go to Belgrade. Belgrade, can you hear me?
Hello.
Belgrade. Yeah, it's.
Hello, Sandra.
Hey. That looks like Desiree.
Oh, welcome. What a surprise.
But wait, we've been to Belgrade already. It's not that we're looking.
Yeah, that's true. We've been in Belgrade in 2011. It's quite some time ago, but we've never been in Italy so far. So, Desiree, don't be sad that we are going to leave you as well, because we really want to go to Trieste. Okay, and now Marco, I see him already. Thomas, it must be over there.
Let's run.
Where are you coming from? Hello.
From Belgrade. Hi, good to see you.
Nice to see you. You're walking on the water. I mean, that's
so good to see you.
Actually, this is where we want to be. And just let me summarize a little bit. The dart didn't work. You remember we played the dart in Berlin at the IGF, where we hit the target Trieste. Didn't work. Last year, we moved the ball from one place to another. The ball didn't make it too. So I hope with our little exercise walking through Europe, we will definitely make it to Trieste. And I would like to thank you very, very much for being with us for such a long time. It will be the 3rd year in a row. And there is a saying, Elisabeth, you remember that German saying, all good things are...
3rd time's the charm, they say in English.
Ende gut, alles gut. Alle guten Dinge sind 3.
Alle guten Dinge sind 3. It's in German and in English, as Elisabeth said. So let's hope that the 3rd time will work out and we will be meeting.
And we will take the flag somehow to Trieste. Oh, there it is. Not the flag. So enjoy
See you,
the rest of
Marco.
the day, everybody all around Europe, and we'll hopefully meet again in the EuroDIG framework in Trieste next
And
year.
the castle is waiting for you.
Excellent.
There you go.
But before that, we'll meet in Poland and then, okay. Don't go there yet. We'll catch up with you. Don't go too fast. Ah, here you are again.
And to all participants, to give you a little outlook on what you can expect in Trieste, I ask our studio technical people to ping the video on the
And
big screen.
with this, we say goodbye and see you in Poland and then in Trieste. Bye-bye, all of you. Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
See you soon. Thank you.